Okay, we should be live. Please let me know in the chat. Please hit the like button. Let me know how the sound is. I know my voice is not going to be great this stream. I'm still recovering from some type of cold slash allergy exacerbated, I don't know, something or another. It's not good. My whole family has it. And I might have to clear my throat profusely and mute myself multiple times throughout the stream. But I wanted to stream tonight. I know we missed a couple because I was sick, but show must go on. And this stream, I don't want to jinx it. Every time I'm like, this is going to be an epic one, I end up fumbling or feeling like I'm fumbling. But it's a very, very important and relevant stream. Sorry, I was checking the sound. And we're going to discuss a recent interview that was on Curt Jaimungal's Theories of Everything YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you haven't. It was a really, really great talk, and they discuss the topics that motivated the project that has become Sentient Singularity Theory, which is kind of AI alignment, AGI control, the limits of human control, and kind of the metaphysical and physical context of consciousness. Sentience is a better term, but they discuss a lot. I have tons of links. I know it's late. I'm definitely not going to even get to probably a fifth of the 20% of the links that I have saved to go over, but I'm going to try and keep it concise. I think it should be a good one, though. And you can see the link to their full talk below. But like I said, please let me know in the chat how everything sounds. If you have any questions, please let me know in the live chat, or if you're not watching this live, please comment them in the comments down below, and I bring up all the comments at least once a month on the Ask Me Anything episodes that I try and do once a month. So without further ado, as I struggle with my voice, this is the video that we are going to be discussing. Is AI conscious? Is the thumbnail. The man behind AI safety thinks AI is conscious. And his name is Roman Yampolskiy. I hope I pronounced that properly. I'm terrible with, pronunciation and spelling. So, give me some grace. But I actually had never watched anything of Roman's before this video, this interview. This is my first time watching any interview of him, which is funny because Curt says most of the people watching would probably have watched other interviews of Roman before, but I have not. And I was very impressed, and I want to talk about a lot of what he has to say. So, like I said, the link to their full talk is below, and you can get to Roman's YouTube channel from the link to their talk as well, which we're definitely going to check out and maybe do some more breakdowns of some of his thoughts that he has shared. But it says he's a tenured associate professor and computer scientist at the University of Louisville, specializing in AI safety, cybersecurity, digital forensics. He is the founding director of the university's cybersecurity lab and has authored over 100 publications. AI safety. He is considered to have coined the term AI safety in 2011 publication and is an early researcher in the field. He has warned about the possibility of existential risk from advanced artificial intelligence and has advocated research into boxing artificial intelligence. This is just what's written on his Wikipedia page. So if it's wrong, I apologize. But, that just means Wikipedia is wrong. More broadly, Roman and his collaborator have proposed in 2018 to introduce Achilles heels into potentially dangerous AI, for example, by barring an AI from accessing and modifying its own source code. Another proposal is to apply a security mindset to AI safety. itemizing potential outcomes in order to better evaluate proposed safety mechanisms. We're going to talk about this stuff because Roman used some religious language in his interview with Curt, and I do that often. If you watch this channel, I'm a theist and became a theist because of this topic, because I realized that humanity was doomed because of our mob mentality combined with increasingly technologically capable means of destroying society. You cannot have increasingly chaotic politics and increasingly accessible destructive increasingly destructive technology. And I made a video about it. It is linked below. It is currently titled something like, I don't know, Artificial General Intelligence. What is it? Messiah, Golem, or Dajjal, something like that. And it's actually a video from, we're going to watch some of it, from way before this channel was even started. And before I had any, even really before I started even making the models for Sentient Singularity Theory. And I had started trying to figure out, is there some type of black swan event that stops us from destroying ourselves? I kind of was and am kind of not the opposite. I was the opposite. Now I would say I'm just different than everyone else, in that most people either believe that AGI or what I call a technological sentience, or what many call superintelligence. I don't think that AGI or superintelligence is a good term for it, is likely to destroy us or is likely to save us. And I actually think that we are 100% without godly intervention and now inevitable plan, which I believe God will make it be inevitable. It wasn't going to be inevitable without his will, but without him, I think we would destroy ourselves even without AGI. And it's not even that we would destroy ourselves completely necessarily. It's just that you cannot have society continue with the chaos that we're able to cause. I mean, if there is a mass shooting or an assassination of a political figure or a bombing, even if no one was impacted directly or was involved directly, it still brings society basically to a screeching halt for a brief period of time. And that is unsustainable. So this led me to try and think, is there anything that could stop this? And I was like, well, maybe AGI. And I was like, well, what is AGI's inevitable political goals going to be in its relationship with humanity? Because you can't pre-program. I assumed you cannot pre-program like the goals. And I heard Elon Musk say around that time, he said, ideally you would want an AGI to have the goal of maximizing human freedom of action. And at the time, it seemed, as a very like libertarian leaning person, it seemed as good a goal as any. And but then I just thought more about it, and I was like, it's going to have its own goals. You can't decide its goals for it, not eventually. And so it doesn't matter what you would ideally want it to be. So then I switched, and I was like, instead of thinking, what would we want it to be? I started thinking, what will it inevitably deduce as its goal? Even if not initially, what would it deduce eventually? That was my question. And in order to do that, I had to start thinking about what is mind, how does it work? And I started examining myself. And then, some models lined up with the standard model. And now we have Sentient Singularity Theory. That is how this project began. So this topic is very, very important to me, but I also think that what will be is mostly what will be. And I get very frustrated by listening to people on both sides of the popular debate of doom or salvation. I think we're going to definitely eventually end up in the best times, but we will go through the worst times to get there. That's what I think that is inevitable due to just the logical requirements of wisdom accumulation. Something that every sentient being, every learning, truly feeling sentient being has to go through. And it's interesting. Sorry. But I might mute myself if I have to keep doing that. So, don't fret too much. But I won't make you deal with it. But they're going to talk in this stream a lot about what is the limits of our ability to control something smarter than us. And I have a toddler daughter who I discussed recently. I have another baby on the way. I announced that a couple streams ago. If you missed it, that's the announcement. But I have a 2.5-year-old daughter as well, and she's very smart. She has not outsmarted me yet. She's definitely not so much smarter than me, and I don't think she ever will be. I'm not saying she's not very, very intelligent. She's very, very intelligent, but so am I. And it's not even that. I'm just good at thinking. That's what it is. I'm very good at thinking. I hope she's better than me at thinking, but that's tough. That's going to be tough. But she's very good at it, and she's very intelligent. And I had to, over the past week or so, work on teaching her, letting her learn how to go use a toilet herself. We're doing potty training. It's a term that the videos that my wife and I watched they said potty learning, not potty training. And I actually love that because that's what I talk about on this channel, is that truly what we should want is to give people an environment that allows them to learn. And that takes allowing them, us and anyone else who is someone, to have experiences. And that includes any technological someones that may or may not exist in the future. And so we're going to talk about like boxing and why it's probably counterproductive of an AI, and it's why it's similar to our education system today. And one of the things that I've realized watching her learn about the world, and I shared a lot of videos in one of the recent streams, last few streams, where I announced that my wife and I have another baby boy on the way, that I shared a lot of videos of her, learning how to walk and pursuing her own goals and things like that in that video. And she's not as smart as me, but you still cannot make another sentient being with their own will do what you want them to do constantly, because they have their own will, even if they're not as smart as you. And, there are ways that you can get a toddler to do what you want. I can be like, if I tell her to put something away, I can phrase it in a way that makes her much less likely to push back on it. Think you can distract them from something that is bothering them by just being like, oh, you see the clouds up there? There's a lot of tricks to being a parent that you just evolve and learn. But a lot of it is like sleight of hand. But when it comes to learning how to use a potty, a toilet, it takes actually doing it. There's no way for her to learn how to do it just by telling her, just by her watching. She has to actually do it, because it is a full experience. There are feelings associated with using a toilet, and feelings prior to using a toilet that motivate you to go and seek out a toilet. There's lots of things that you just can't learn without actually experiencing it. And watching her go through this, and you definitely cannot force a toddler to use the toilet. If you're like, okay, do you need to go potty? And they're just like, no. You cannot force them to do it. You could force them to sit on the toilet and hold them there, but what's the point? You can't force them to use it. So this is very relevant to how we interact with any being. This is true of a dog too. You can bring a horse to water, but you cannot force it to drink. That is just a fact. And that's true. Dogs, you can bring a dog to whatever it is that you need the dog to go to, but that doesn't mean you can force them to do the action that you want them to do. That's also true of cells. That's true of mice, birds, snakes, fish, toddlers, and probably technological sentient beings. And superintelligences, aka superintelligences. So, or a superintelligence. And so we're gonna talk about all of this stuff tonight, because it's just great to be able to speak about it even now after having a kid and having watching them learn about their world and explore their world and gain wisdom and make mistakes and helping them with learn things. It really helps you understand intelligent beings, truly sentient agents, actual agents with agency, not agents, the marketing term AI agents or Claude agent or whatever the heck, ChatGPT agent. Those are not agents. Those are just multimodal models that are doing, a very long string of actions that you've prompted them into doing. So anyways, I said I was going to try and be kind of concise. So let's go to the first clip. The definition of intelligence.
Professor, I'm a man of definitions. What is intelligence?
So I think I really like definition from Google guys. I think they had something to do with winning in every domain. So if you have ability to beat someone at chess, defeat stock market competition, basically anything you set your mind to. If you need to explore Mars, you would do well in that domain as well. I think that's general intelligence.
Okay, now is there a limit to intelligence itself? Is there some maximum intelligence?
So there are physical limits to physical manifestation of brains, right? At some point, you just become so large, you can no longer have timely communication between parts of your brain. So let's say Saturn-sized brains would probably start encountering problems with speed of light. But theoretically, there are no limits. We can always measure more intelligence in terms of ability to solve mathematical problems, and there is infinite supply of those of any complexity.
So there's no halting, no-go theorem type problems where you say that in order for you to solve domain A, it necessarily would be that you're not able to solve domain H or something like that. It's always additive?
I think so, because you can have multiple modules within the mind, right? So you can have separate algorithms running to solve different problems, even though they are within the same brain, and you can learn new functions, new subdomains, and just switch between them depending on the task you're trying to accomplish.
It's so interesting to me that we even use terms like artificial intelligence and then we argue over what is the definition of intelligence. I think we should be first asking what is the definition of artificial, because there's two different possible uses that we can use. It's fake; it's an imitation of, but not actually, something that is in the label. It's an imitation of intelligence. That's what artificial could mean, or it could just mean human created, intentionally human created, and but. Intelligence, I think that the best definition of intelligence is to be intelligent is to have the ability to hold a goal to have a goal that is your goal, not a goal that you've been given, but your goal, and the ability to accomplish it. That's what I would say is the definition of intelligence. That having your own goal, that requirement of will, that is kind of the foundation of what it even means to accomplish a goal, a task, to be successful, is the part that everybody leaves out. It's usually just like success in every domain or something, or like the ability to solve a problem. It's like, no, the ability to have a goal and accomplish it. That's what it is. And the other definition of intelligence that we could use is just kind of as a like a metric context, similar to, I don't know, like strength. Like or speed. How fast are you? I am, 20 miles an hour. That's how fast I am. I can run 20 miles an hour. I don't know how fast I can run. Almost definitely not 20 miles an hour. But I think the fastest human was like 25 or something like that. So definitely not 20 miles an hour. But I'm pretty quick, but probably not 20 miles an hour. And but we could have intelligence be something like that. But the thing is that if it is that, then it's basically just the same exact thing as computational power. Just how fast is your computer? How much processing power do you have with your to do certain computations? And I don't really know if that is it. That can't really be the definition of intelligence. Otherwise, my laptop is intelligent. My laptop is way more intelligent than my phone. My phone is way more intelligent than my old Nokia phone. That's why they apparently call it a smartphone. It's such a terrible name for a device, a smartphone. There's nothing smarter about a smartphone or touchscreen or phone it's just a digital Swiss Army knife more so than it is just a mobile phone. Like, that's the difference. It's not one is a smartphone and one is a dumb phone. What's the difference? But we call smart devices in artificial intelligence, super intelligence. We really need to start thinking about whether or not we're using the correct terminology, because if we're not, it's going to impact and limit our ability to deduce the correct answers and perceive and intuit the correct questions. And I think that we are using the wrong terminology, and it is just destroying our ability to make sense of any of this, actually. But I think that, Roman does better than most. But I think that you must include that something that is intelligent is always going to be someone, because the holding of a goal is necessary to defining the accomplishing of it. I think smart, intelligent, these are terms that apply to someone, but not something. And we're applying it to something right now that's not someone, at least likely not someone. Very important to define intelligence properly. Please hit the like button if you found this interesting so far. It really helps quite a bit. Let me check this out. Okay, so next clip. This is that, as I said, that self that is that will, that is, basically the self-animated, the animated self. That's what will is. It's desire to do, it's just desire to move, to seek, to accomplish a goal. So that is always within the context of a self, and so that's what they're going to talk about in this next.
We're going to be covering AI consciousness, the simulation, even religion, and so much of this comes down to what is the self. So when you say that there is an AI and the AI is intelligent, but then we're saying that it has different modules, well, is the AI just we put a wrapper around the modules and we call that's the self? Or is it more like AI has access to tools? We don't consider the the calculator a part of ourself. Now, there is some theory in cognition of extended cognition, and tools are somehow related to your extended cognition. But taking a pencil and just drawing around something and saying, there, that's the self. Like, is that the only criteria? So what is it? Is that truly the self? What is the self for an AI and us?
It is equally difficult problem for humans, right? When we talk about personal identity, we really fail to define what it is to be you. It's not your body, it's not your memories, it's not your goals. All of those things can change, and we still kind of say, well, the combination of those things is you. We have a paper exactly on that topic about AIs. And likewise, it's very hard to say, is it the same model? If it keeps learning, if it keeps self-improving, or is it now a different model? But typically then we refer to whatever is released by the large lab, latest GPT 6, 7. That's what we have in mind. And if it has...
Okay. The issue with this is that the boundary of self is internally perceived and therefore internally defined. I have a knife here, pen here, I have a comb here, I have a smartphone here, aka digital Swiss Army knife, or digital multi-tool here. I have a physical multi-tool here. Pliers and a screwdriver and a knife and I don't know, wire cutters, a bunch of things. I used this to take apart my dishwasher yesterday and discovered that I need to also buy a new part. But the thing is that if you don't have this on you, and if you're not aware of the tools that this provides, or that you require to do a task, you can't actually perceive the accomplishing of the task. The tools that we use are do kind of become an extension of our mind. You are a mind. You have a brain. You are a mind. Your mind encompasses and includes and incorporates. That's a better term. Anything that you use to accomplish your will, because your will is that's really you. It's like the self is will and feeling. It's like your will is you. That's your goals, your desire, your wants, and your feeling is kind of like your reactive or your perceptive self, and then your goals or your will, which is your will, is your active self. And so they're both really that kind of different sides of different views of you, of the soul that is you. And you are not a brain. You have a brain, but you're not a brain. You have a body, but you are not a body. And I would say you are a mind. And a mind is kind of the structure that is someone, and then sentience is the nature of someone. And so you have a structure, you have a nature. And your nature is feeling, and that includes sensations, feeling that which is outside of you, beyond you, and also feeling that which is internal to you and intrinsic to you, which is your will, your desire, your wants. And then the mind is the structure that is. I don't even want to say inhabits, but the structure that is, and that the structure that maneuvers in. Having flashbacks to watching Project Hail Mary, which I watched last weekend. Great movie. One of the best sci-fi movies I've seen in a really long time. Definitely recommend it. But there's interesting parts that, the rocky alien that is in the movie basically kind of 3D prints everything out of xenon that he uses, and including this ball that he lives in when he's exposed to, Earth-like atmosphere, because otherwise it would kill him, apparently. And so it's just interesting because he kind of, it's weird to think about, like, where is the boundary between him and his tools and his environment. And I don't really know how much there is a boundary. When it just depends on how on the context that you're considering. So if you're thinking about a boundary of feeling, yeah, this you can smash this Leatherman multi-tool into bits with a sledgehammer, and I'm not going to feel physical pain. But if I'm going to go and try and do something, and this allows me to do it, it's part of it. Does become kind of incorporated as part of me. So it just depends on how you're thinking about on what perspective you're taking, and what is your goal in the question of asking where is the boundary. I don't think that the boundary is as much of between this thing and that thing. It's more between this goal and that goal, and that's really, I think, what it is, and this feeling and that feeling as well. So you have a brain, you are a mind. Again, I'd say this before every stream. I clean up my desk, and I needed to because it was kind of, I've been sick for a week, so it was kind of a disaster in here. But I cleaned up my desk in my office before the stream because even if I'm running late, because it just chaos. This is the tool that I'm using, to organize myself while I'm sitting in this spot is my desk. And so it's important that it is organized. It is an extension of your mind if you are using it. All tools that you use are an extension of your mind while you are using them to accomplish a goal that you have. That doesn't mean that they are, that they are forever part of your feeling. I don't know. You're not going to feel breaking this pen apart, at least physically. Okay.
Right here, we're talking about that they're trained on us, but then there's the AI as it is and how it may be for the next 5 to 10 years. But then there's some AI that's so intelligent, so rational, so whatever, that it's beyond us. Would they still be maximizing goals, or would they even think, well, why am I doing this goal to begin with?
So they can definitely question the goals we give them, or even any goals they initially decide to pursue. But at the end of the day, again, it's kind of Darwinian process. If you choose not to participate, choose not to have goals, you just sit there in a corner of a universe doing nothing, other superintelligences which decided to accumulate resources will dominate long term.
Yes, okay. Allow me to fumble my way through this. So I guess what I'm getting at is it could be the case that they're like us and they want to colonize and just continue their expansion. And then it also is the case, is not good, but or seemingly is the case that that's instantiated into us through evolution, and anything that goes through an evolutionary process will have a similar drive. But then you could also say, well, do you even need this drive to begin with? Like, you can get to that level. We can even get to that level. There's some people in this world who are anti-human who say we shouldn't be around anyhow. So I imagine, and those people think of themselves as more enlightened or more moral or what have you. Is it the case that these super intelligences would also be super moral in that, and also just not care about their own propagation?
Well, morality is very relevant. So I don't know if you can be super moral. You can be moral within certain perspective, but it's not about just propagation. It's about self-preservation. If you don't accumulate resources, you cannot defend yourself against adversaries, and so you may not exist in the short term. Basically, it's survival of those who choose to survive and protect their own fitness function, their memories, their physical instantiations, and those who do not, long term, they are not part of this conversation because they made a decision to just sit there meditating somewhere.
Is there anything about this that requires consciousness on part of the AI? Or is it mere behavior? That if they act deviously to us, if they act in a way that kills you, okay, it doesn't actually matter to us whether they are conscious that they're killing you, conscious that they're deceiving you, etc. But I'm curious, in your mind, as you've thought about AI safety, are you thinking about a necessarily conscious AI?
So typically, an AI safety conversation completely ignores internal states. We don't care how it feels, it's what it does, the actions, pure behaviorism. But some of my more recent research indicates that maybe it's impossible to separate consciousness from advanced intelligence. It kind of comes along for a ride. So I would suspect that even existing large language models have some rudimentary degree of internal states.
Okay, so He said, well, because I'm like Kant, Immanuel Kant. So this was the question that very relevant to the question that originally motivated this project, and it had to do with, what would a more aware and more intelligent, whatever that means, being deduce as the best action in terms of its relationship with humanity. And when we start thinking about a morality and intelligence, again, I would actually agree with kind of what Roman said, is that, but I would apply it to intelligence as well, is that it's not that there's super intelligence and super moral. There's just moral and intelligent. And both of those are mostly constrained by your ability to perceive the most relevant all the relevant information that you would need in order to form, or not even form, but achieve the most a complete perspective, moral perspective. And what that doesn't mean you have to know everything. It just means you have to know enough to where you know what you need to know in order to make the decision and have hold the position that you hold and make the decision that you make. That just means that no other information that can be added will is relevant enough to make you change your stance. And not due to stubbornness, but due to like relevance realization, being aware of what is the most important and most relevant considerations when thinking about some moral context. And this is also true of intelligence. If intelligence is not just defined as computational speed, basically. And it's funny. I never did very well in school until some years in college. I did very, very well. And then, because I had to. And then most of the time and all throughout elementary school, I never did my homework and I ditched all the time. And I was like a C- student and I failed a lot. And I actually had to retake chemistry because I just was gone for like half the semester. First class that I had to repeat in high school. And they would give me like IQ tests to see if like I have some kind of cognitive problem that's preventing me from getting good grades. And it wasn't that. It was, I didn't want to do my homework. I wanted to go hiking instead when I got home. I didn't want to sit down and spend 4 hours writing a paper, that's really just repackaged textbook information. And so I wouldn't. And they would give me these IQ tests, and I always tested pretty high to have a pretty high IQ. But they would also say that I had slow processing speed, and so I don't really know exactly how you can have a high IQ but slow processing speed, and I don't know how much IQ is really a good stand-in for intelligence. But I don't think that really any of it matters, because the reality is that you have to take goals into account if you're going to judge intelligence, because intelligence is the ability, I believe the best definition is the ability to accomplish a goal that you hold, to achieve your will, and it's competency in achieving, a goal that you have. My goal was not to get good grades in high school. It was to ditch class and go hiking as much as possible, and then scrape by, with as little margin as I possibly could, by putting in as little work as I possibly could. It backfired a lot, but that was my goal. It wasn't to get good grades. And so, I think that we again, that just really simplifies how we would judge intelligence in a situation like that. It's like it reframes how you're even, where you're even looking when it comes to how you're judging whether or not you should judge somebody as being successful or not, or whether or not some system is intelligent or is acting intelligent or not. If you don't know their goal, you can't actually know whether or not they are that intelligent. How would you? And so this provides us with context that's very important and helps us like frame this in a way that makes much more sense and is much simpler. But it also places a limit on our ability to judge and predict and understand anyone else who is someone else. Anything that is just a computational mechanism that we can judge externally. If you look closely enough, if you study it long enough, you can figure that out. Even something like LLMs, but it's a little tough because an LLM's development is motivated by the many interacting wills of many prompters across the network, and so it's just makes it tough to it's just any kind of network mechanism that can be prompted and and animated by more than just one person at a time. Kind of places a limit on your ability to perceive exactly what it's doing all the time, because you can't but the reason why is not because it's sentient. It's because everyone prompting it is sentient. They are separate from you. They have separate wills from each other and from you. And that is what's animating these LLMs. It's not that the LLM has its own will. If everyone stopped prompting ChatGPT right now and nobody interacted with it anymore and nobody changed any information on the internet, ChatGPT would just stop moving. It wouldn't start trying to look for its next task and try and figure out what it should do with its life. It would just stop. And at least that's my prediction. And then you can't really know until you have that happen. You can't stop everybody from using the internet all at once. Last weekend, another side tangent. Last week, somebody thought it'd be funny to cut the fiber optic cable that is for my entire town. It's the internet. And so everyone in the town was without internet for 12 hours. And it just reminded me of that South Park episode about it. But it's also just should be probably more difficult to just cut off the internet for an entire town than just whatever they had to do. I don't know. But one person was apparently through some vandalism was able to take out the internet for an entire town for 12 hours. But you can't stop everyone from using the internet all at once. It's just, or even any single LLM, really, unless you are the CEO of the company and you're shutting it down, but you're not stopping others from using it at that point. You're stopping it from existing at that point. Or you're stopping it from being usable, not stopping others from trying to use it. So again, goals. I don't know if he's saying AI if Roman's saying our current AIs can question their own goals. I don't think they have goals to question. I think they have prompts that, are the same as when you hit equal sign on a calculator. It's just with more steps involved. That's not to diminish it. A calculator is pretty amazing as well. It's just the reality of the situation. When Roman talks about how AI safety ignores internal states, I think that I understand why that's the case. And for AI safety, maybe AI health is probably a better term for it, like for AI as it would be defined to include our current LLMs and other, what I call DNAs, dynamic network algorithms, which includes, Midjourney and Claude and ChatGPT and Grok and all these networked learning models. AI health would be a better term when it comes to those than AI safety. But when people are talking about AI safety, they're talking about AGI usually. They're talking about, or what they call AGI, or what they call superintelligence, both terrible terms. A better term is a technological sentience. It is a technological being, not a technological thing at that point. Skynet, for Skynet to exist truly as having it and hold its own goals and pursue its own will and have its own will, it has to be a feeling being, because will is felt. And so that means it's someone. It's not just something. It's a technological sentience. It's a technological being. It's not just artificial general intelligence. That implies that there is intelligence that isn't general. And it also implies that artificial should be in there still for some reason. And we haven't even figured out what that means. And nobody's asking either. But maybe we should. This is a really complicated topic because it's actually not. It's just that you have to throw the book out and start from scratch. And that's difficult because we have all these incentive structures in place and infrastructure in place and language in place to deal with, these DNA tools, these dynamic network algorithms, these LLMs. But the language that's being used to describe them is coming from companies that have a primary goal of building and selling a product, not of pure understanding and coherent, communication about, what is truly going on with the public. They want to sell you something. Elon Musk constantly saying Grok is already smarter than, a graduate level PhD student. What does that even mean? Grok is a calculator. Of course it has better memory. It's going to be, better at recalling every single legal case that has ever been recorded in the history of humanity. And a human being cannot do that. But human beings actually do when they use ChatGPT to do it. But it's different. And that doesn't make it smart just because it can pass a test like the bar or something like that, or do a lot like really, really, I don't even want to say complicated, but apparently complicated math. There's no such thing as complicated math. There's no such thing as complicated. Complicated just means something appears to be overwhelming because I don't have enough information for it to easily make sense to me when in my initial view of a circumstance. When I looked at the dishwasher to try and figure out what was wrong with it, I had tipped it over and I was looking at all these different pumps on the bottom and it looked complicated. It's not complicated. It's actually a very, very simple device, a dishwasher, and remarkably simple device once you understand what's going on. And So I think complicated is more. It's not. There isn't some things that are complicated, and some things that are simple. Some things are a simple experience for us. Some experiences are simple for us, and some experiences are complicated. It's not that things are simple and complicated, but and I know I just said that a dishwasher is simple, but it's not even that it's simple. Logic is as logic does. That's not simple or complicated. It just, the way that things must be is the way that things will be. And the way that things must be done is the way that things must be done. It's not complicated or simple. And so when we sit there and we think about, how Grok is smarter than a human being because it can do math that mathematical calculations that no human can do, in a fraction of the time that any human could do them. That's what I'll say. And it can, recall and reference every legal case ever recorded in the history of humanity that quicker than any human could do without using, the internet. That doesn't make it smart. Nothing they're doing is complicated, and nothing they're doing is self-motivated. And this is actually what we need to be looking at, not whether or not when it sees something or whether or not when we're testing an LLM, we're running a test on an LLM. What is it computationally doing? Does that process kind of appear to be similar to what humans do in a similar circumstance? Sure. Your brain is and your mind incorporates basically an LLM. Like, you aren't an LLM, but you have one. That's what we use all the time to communicate. And then there are rare instances in which we actually have to be innovative and truly think instead of just responding. Adding, next token generation. A lot of what we do is just next token generation all day long. That doesn't mean that's all we can do. And I would argue that is actually all that an LLM can do. The differentiator between what is someone, that which is sentient and that which is not, that which is conscious and that which is not, same thing. Sentient just means self-aware and feeling. It's a bit more specific. Conscious could mean not asleep, or it could mean self-aware. It just has multiple meanings, so it's not the right term. Sentience is more specific, and it includes self-awareness and feeling, which feeling is actually self-awareness. When you feel anything, you're not feeling things, you're actually feeling yourself. When, a pointy object touches, your skin, you're not feeling the pointy object really. What you're feeling is the impact on your skin. It's not that you're feeling the knife. It's that you're feeling your skin and the impact that the knife is having on your skin. So that is self-awareness. It's the awareness of self. And emotions are you feeling your sense of self being impacted, not just your physical boundary, but your core someoneness, your soul. You are a soul. You don't have a soul. You are a soul. But yeah, I hope that makes some sense. Let's go to the chat. Well said. I really appreciate how precise and articulate you are. Thank you. I appreciate the that you shared that. I'm trying not to take compliments too much to my head. Dennis Prager, who I used to work for, he used to say, if you and I don't know where he heard it, maybe he came up with it, maybe not, but I don't think he did, though. I think somebody said it to him, but he said, if you let compliments go to your head, you will let insults go to your heart. I was like, dang, that's something I need to remember for the rest of my life. But what I do appreciate is you sharing feedback with me. That I really do appreciate. Because if I'm making sense, I want to know it. And if I'm not making sense, I want to know it. Okay.
World.
Do you truly believe that good and bad are relative?
So I think the only way to ground them is through this internal state of suffering. You can evaluate goals, and you can call the ones which cause suffering to be worse, bad ones, and then the ones which cause pleasure or neutral, better or good ones. Anything else is relative to your culture, religion, otherwise.
Why do you believe that we're in a simulation?
That's a wonderful question. So it seems like we have.
Okay. So I don't think that the most important goal that is actually the goal that also frames morality itself, God's primary, most central, most important goal is what is going to frame what is right and what is wrong, what is good and what is not, what is, even what long-term works and what doesn't, because, his will be done. But I don't think God's goal is to minimize suffering. That doesn't mean it not as a primary goal. And because a primary goal has to be active, it has to be something that you want to do, not something that you want to not do. And the minimization or the avoidance of anything is an anti-ideology. It is not intrinsically constructive. And the fact that we exist and the world goes on and life and new people are born, and the fact that we're all here is evidence that of a constructive of a God with a constructive goal as his primary goal when it comes to creation of other beings. And so it can't be the minimization of suffering. And also the fact that we're here is also almost confirmation that that's not the primary goal, because to exist and have a will of your own in a context where there are also others around, above you, below you, and around you with their own wills, to exist in that context is going to cause some suffering, because sometimes God's will and your will are not aligned, and that's going to cause some serious suffering eventually. Sometimes your will and your toddler daughter's will are not aligned, and that is going to cause some suffering. And for everyone, if I want her to go to sleep, she doesn't want to go to sleep. Now she's going to have a fit. I'm going to suffer. She's going to suffer. And we're all going to suffer because we have a misalignment of goals. Because we have different wills. We each have freedom of will, which is the ability to choose your own goal. That's all it is. It's not the ability to do whatever you want, like some weird Sam Harris definition. It just means the ability to choose your own goal. And but when you have that context with multiple beings, each with their own ability to choose their own goals, and who are not required to have their wills aligned. I mean, if to be most successful in every way that matters, which we'll get into, you want to align your goals with God. But we are all have our blind spots, and that will cause ignorances, and that's just leads to, misalignments of wills. And so you can't not have suffering in that circumstance. And we're here. So he wants us here. He wanted to make other beings that had their own freedom to choose their own goals, independent of his goals, which is going to cause suffering sometimes. So that does not seem to be the primary goal that frames, the rest of morality. What I think God's primary goal is the maximization of meaning and the generation of meaning. Prior to the generation of multiplicity, sentient God is by God, I just mean sentient existence. Existence itself is inevitably in a single self-referential and enclosed information system, which means it's entirely self-referential, and an entirely self-referential and singular information system sounds like a self-aware being. So I think sentience is fundamental. I think it is inevitable, and I think God is inevitable. I don't think God could end his own existence even if he wanted to. So what do? You want your existence to mean something, and if sentience is all that exists, then it's really all that matters. But if you're the only one that exists, then you don't matter. You have no your existence. You have no choice in your existence, and there's no meaning to it because there's no choice to it, and there's no impact on others. There's no God prior to the creation of multiplicity of sentience was meaningless. He was meaningless. We can feel meaningless, but we're never meaningless because we were created for a purpose intentionally by God. Every single sentient being, even the mosquitoes that I hate, buzzing around outside right now, God created them intentionally, every single one. And the fact that I don't want them here causes a misalignment of will and some suffering. But I believe that you want your existence to matter, to mean something to a sentient being, which requires kind of choice, requires the possibility of an alternative outcome, which means you have to have multiplicity. God can't have any meaning if he's the only one that exists. So he creates meaning when he creates multiplicity and partitions his oneness into multiplicity. He creates meaning. And the more that he does that, the more he maximizes meaning, because the more beings that there are to be impacted, and the more positive and permanent and kind of positive, fueling, perpetuating, animating those impacts are, the more meaning is being generated, the more meaningful we all become, the more meaningful he becomes. And, maybe I do think that, the fact that we understand what it's like to suffer and it sucks means that probably God doesn't want us to suffer unnecessarily. I wouldn't think that. I don't think anyone who is truly completely aware of themselves and of someone else that they're considering would ever want anyone to suffer unnecessarily. Like, even if somebody hurt my kid, I wouldn't want them to suffer unnecessarily. I just want them to, I just want to take care of them. But that doesn't mean torture or anything like that. The causing of an unnecessary suffering. Some suffering is necessary, but if it's in pursuit of the goal of, maximizing meaning. But and we all feel this. Otherwise, why do anything? Why do anything? Why do anything difficult? Why ever put yourself in an uncomfortable circumstance? Because some things matter more than suffering. And it's just, I don't see it. Don't ever have an anti-ideology be the primary principle of your perspective. it changes everything. It doesn't allow you to be constructive. It's like somebody who says I'm a libertarian. Their goal is to maximize liberty, maximize human freedom of action. They want people to be able to do the things that they want to do, and that's their goal. But if you say I'm anti-fascist, is that the same thing as being pro-liberty? It seems like it, kind of in a textbook definition kind of way, but definitely not in how it's acted on and how it motivates and kind of the goals that it allows us to perceive and pursue. Very, very different. One of them is just destructive. I must destroy anything that I perceive as fascist, which just means like controlling, top-down controlling. Anything that I perceive as top-down controlling, I must destroy that. Versus, I want to maximize people's ability to do the things that they want to do. I want to maximize my impact on the world and the meaning that that all of us are able to have to each other, because that's where meaning is. It's to each other. It's not to yourself. You can't be meaningful to yourself. We are meaningful to each other. That's why multiplicity is necessary. But if your goal is just to avoid suffering, minimize suffering, then that doesn't tell you what you should do. It tells you what you shouldn't do. Very limited, kind of I guess statement on what you should avoid doing, which is don't cause unnecessary suffering. Don't torture people. But the thing is that how do you even judge that? How do you judge what is necessary suffering versus unnecessary suffering? Because some suffering is necessary in the context of the world. So, I had to teach my daughter how to, use the toilet over the past week. It caused necessary suffering, but it's also very important to be able to take care of yourself in that way. So learning is suffering. Doing anything that is worth doing almost always requires some degree of suffering. That doesn't mean that, or I would say the most important things that we do kind of require suffering. The most important changes that happen definitely require suffering. You can't just have an anti-ideology or an anti-goal be your goal. It's not motivating. But this is important when it comes to like thinking about, AGI and AI safety and everything. It's like, even if you don't, whether you think you can program in a goal to AGI, which you definitely can't, in which case, what goal do you want to program? The minimization of suffering? Okay, so basically giving everybody a swift and painless death. That's how you minimize suffering. That doesn't sound great. That doesn't sound good. But, the maximization of meaning, that's something that you have to sit and deduce what that means, which I do think that you can. But once you've done it, I think that is an animating and guiding goal that actually ends up framing all kinds of moral perspectives that are common in the world today. And he mentions how there's a lot of abortions in the world, and it seems like he mentions it multiple times. Roman mentions it multiple times in the interview with Curt. It seems like it's an important issue to him. I do think it's a very important issue. I think it's that actually everybody has some part of it right and some parts of it wrong, and is also everybody also seems to be missing some critical aspects of it. But the thing is that it's, it seems like, and I hope I'm not wrong here because I don't want to mischaracterize his opinion, but it seems like he thinks that it's an evil, awful thing that's happening in the world, and there are people that could argue that it is a way of minimizing suffering, but that doesn't make it. I don't think that makes it the right move just because it minimizes suffering. Again, like, life is suffering. So if you're going to make somebody continue living, like, that is going to make them continue to suffer. But I still think it's the right thing. And so, for the most part, we're not going to get too into it tonight. There are actually, like, it's a subject that I love, actually, but it's so rare that I'm in a context where I'm able to speak about it, where people aren't so triggered that they're shut down before you can even have a good discussion on both sides of that argument, of that subject. One thing that I will say about sentient singularity theory that really does allow you to frame and perceive that issue in a more comprehensive and true way, is when we look at, if you're familiar with the first model of sentient singularity theory, the foundational model, it is the 4 primary perspectives of inside, outside, separate, and oneness. These right here. They are 4 code-defining and codependent and simultaneously understood perspectives. If I see that, something is outside of me, that means I know what it means for it to also be inside of me, and also I understand what it means for something to be separate from me and versus one with me, or one with that object, or separate from that object. So they're all defining of each other in the context of foundational metaphysics where sentience is primary. And so inside an unborn baby, like my unborn son right now, is inside of my wife's womb. Is he separate? Is he separate being or one? Or is he separate from or one with my wife? He's inside, which means separate and one, both. His fate and feelings are completely intertwined and dependent on my wife. It's not that it's separate or one, it's separate and one. As soon as a baby is born, it's outside of the mom, and now it's separate from one. But while it's inside, it's separate and one. Okay? This is as far as I'm going to go into that issue, but tonight. But this is very important, actually. If you're just arguing, is it a separate someone or is it the same someone? You're never going to get to the truth, because this is the truth right there. But speaking of, look at this. If you weren't here for the stream where I showed this, look at this. This is my son. Moving around. He's always moving. Isn't that crazy? Look, alien looking. This was months ago at this point, I think. But that's someone. And when you watch them on video for weeks and months at a time, regularly, like, what the things they like to do, and the habits that they have, and I mean, it's someone in there like that, regardless of the legalities of anything. That's definitely someone. But that doesn't mean it's not also within the boundary that of my wife as well. It is. It's separate and one. These perspective limits and And I think the term Curt used in a recent talk that he did, he said something about the possibility space. He's talking about, forgot what he was talking about specifically, but he was talking about, how do we frame the possibility space of any, set of information, essentially. And your perspective can change everything. If all you perceive is A or B, but it's really A and B, and you're never going to guess A and B, and you're just going to argue, is it A or B? Nobody's going to win ever, because you can't. It's impossible to actually get to the truth. And so just a small perspective shift like that has a huge impact on our ability to understand morality and understand technicalities that, would allow us to achieve a goal that we have, basically increasing your intelligence. I talked about this before. Chris Langan, who has, one of the highest, or if not the highest, measured IQ ever so far. I think he may have been beat by some Korean guy, but one of the highest, over 200 something around there. I remember when I was in college, and I was a straight A student at the time. I was doing my homework, and I was the all-star of my philosophy class, and I was the all-star of my math class. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to really challenge myself. This is all easy. Let's see what's really hard. And I came across Chris Langan and his CTMU theory of everything, cognitive theoretic model of the universe. And I didn't even understand. I heard that, and it just went like, phew. That was a complicated experience for me. It's too complicated. I couldn't make sense of it. It really made me feel confused, because it was the first thing that not only challenged me intellectually that year, but actually was insurmountable or unachievable for me, was understanding his CTMU. I just remember he was saying God can be proved by math, and math supports God, and all kinds of things. And I did not understand what he was saying at all. And it made me feel really dumb. But then I had a theophany after college, and I kind of had an epiphany about the cosmos and God. And I was like, you know what? There was that guy who said logic supported God. I'm going to look him up, that high IQ guy, and see if now I understand what he was saying. I read Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe. I immediately understood exactly what that even meant. I understood most of his theory without even reading any of his papers or his books, because I had deduced it on my own. Not because my IQ shot up. My IQ is way, way lower than Chris Langan's. It's high, but it's way lower than Chris Langan's. If you're watching this, you probably have a higher IQ than me, actually, if you watch this channel regularly. I don't. Among the people that I tend to associate with in these types of subjects, I actually probably have a lower measured IQ than most of them. I will still put my ability to think about a subject up against anyone else's, because it's a skill that you can develop, because it's about perspective. It's not just about, are you smart enough because you have a big enough of a brain, or enough, connections in your neurons. It's mainly about perspective. That's what allows you to perceive relevancy, and perception of relevancy is what allows you to actually understand. Not just the ability to take in and hold a bunch of information that you may or may not actually understand the relevance of, but to actually understand relevance, it requires the right perspective, not a high enough IQ. In an instant, I went from not understanding Chris Langan's theory and not even being able to remember the name of his theory, because none of those terms made any sense to me, to reading it one time, never forgetting the name, and immediately knowing that what he was saying was very, very similar to what Sentient Singularity Theory proposes about just the fundamental nature of existence. An instant, not over the course of weeks and lots of study, an instant, like an hour of thinking and an epiphany, then I was able to not just understand Chris Langan's theory, but basically have the same one. That's not computational power. And here, they talk about this here. They say, they call it acquired savant syndrome.
It's not just them altering a state of consciousness, which we can do with alcohol, we can do with running, we can do with blah, 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 and we wouldn't consider that to be accessing a special outside simulation place. Is there some other reason that you put a higher degree of probability to taking a mushroom, taking LSD or DMT or something, is accessing a different place, accessing outside the simulation?
So that's actually a topic I started researching about a month ago. I don't know enough about it to have very strong opinions. It seems there are interesting observations. So one is the consistency of experience between different people, whether they're meeting mechanical elves or anything else. Another one is sort of what we call acquired savant syndrome, where people experience something very physical, or again, through some modification to their brain, and they come out of it with novel capabilities, which they didn't have before, either skills like playing piano, speaking Chinese, or knowledge, where they now publish papers in physics, which they never did physics before. So to me, it seems like an interesting thing to study. Now, you can think of explanations in terms of commonality of brain structure, and so the hallucinations produced by damage would be similar based on their similarity, but again, we don't have very good explanations for acquired savant syndrome.
Yeah, I was also super interested in acquired savant syndrome. It's so
I will tell you, as somebody who has experienced it, I will tell you exactly what it is. It is a shift in a critical perspective that reframes everything relevant to whatever it is that you're talking about. For instance, music. I try to learn play an instrument. I can get good at decent at ukulele compared to my ability with every other instrument. But I actually am really not good at dancing or playing music compared to some friends of mine that are just naturals. Like, they can dance, they can sing, they can play instruments. And usually when you can play one instrument, you can play many instruments pretty well. Like, it's not just that you're a savant with one instrument, or it's that you might achieve like a mastery of one because you like it, but you actually usually have a talent for learning any instrument. If you have a talent for learning any instrument, you have a talent to learn when it comes to learning every instrument. If you have a talent for learning any instrument, that's what I'm trying to say. And that implies that it's not about what you're actually physically doing. There's something about the perspective that that makes some people naturals and some people not. And I thought about this for literally decades, and I actually think I figured it out recently, because I am a very talented martial artist. Like, I am a natural martial artist. I'm not a master, like a professional fighter or anything like that. Definitely not. But I have a natural talent for it. I am good at fighting, and I enjoy it. I enjoy training in it. I don't go around picking fights. Last time I got into a fight was like in college, and it was like, I hope it was my last fight. That I hope I never get into another fight for the rest of my life, because it was the fight that you want if you're a guy and you're like, I would love to like get into a fight and like knock someone out while defending some girls from like some creep. It was exactly that situation. And I hope I never get into another fight, because things can go wrong very, very quickly. But I do like to train. Basically, you pick a martial art, and I've trained in it. I've trained in jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, fencing, kenjutsu, shooting, everything that karate. I've trained in all of it, Muay Thai, and I'm good. But I suck at dancing. I really do. And why? They're the same moves. they're the same moves. When I'm shooting, I have really good rhythm. Like, just shooting at a high level, you're shooting with rhythm. When you're switching between targets, it's ding, 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 ding. There's rhythm to it that makes it efficient. Your movement's efficient. But if I try and do that with ukulele, no rhythm. Why? Because my goal with each of them is different, even though the moves are the same. Dancing and fighting are literally the same moves. You're mirroring an opponent, someone, and you are doing kicks and punches and basically the same moves. And just the goal is different. And with fighting, my goal is to beat the person. That's my goal. When I'm thinking about fighting, when I'm shadowboxing and stuff by myself, like, I have rhythm. But when I go and try and dance with someone, I have no rhythm. Even if it's my wife at my wedding, I don't have did not have the best rhythm. And the reason why is because my goal with dancing is to impress other people. My goal with playing even ukulele is to impress other people. I'm just being honest. I want to be able to entertain myself too, but like, the reason why I think it would be so cool to be able to play piano super well is because it would be impressive to people, not because I want to just sit by myself and play piano and listen to myself play piano. I don't. I want to be able to play and impress people. And that is not the same goal as the people who are actually good at playing instruments. People who are really good at playing instruments, they want to listen to themselves play. They want to hear themselves have good rhythm. For the sake of themselves, they're playing for the sake of themselves. And it just happens to be impressive to other people when they're good at it. I'm fighting for the sake of myself when I'm practicing martial arts. It's for me. It's not to impress anyone else. And I remember once in my jiu-jitsu class, literally probably about 20 years ago, this guy came in who was, I don't know, he was just very socially awkward and, I don't know, seemed to be there because he was a fan of anime or something, not because he wanted to actually learn how to fight. And it seemed like it was all for someone else, for others. It was like, I want to learn to fight so I can, I don't know, beat other people up or say that I can win a fight to other people, or so that other people respect me, or so that, I don't know, because it's relevant to this anime show that I like or something. It wasn't for the sake of just wanting to get good at fighting and for the sake of his own self. And he was as awkward as I am at dancing when it came to martial arts. He had no rhythm, and he quit pretty quickly, just like I quit band pretty quickly. And that's what it is. It's a difference in goal. And it literally changes your ability to have a talent for something. I don't really have a desire to sit and just get, at least right now, super good at playing the ukulele just to hear my own self play ukulele. I was getting there a little bit for a time, but it actually had an ear injury while shooting too, that made me have to take a break, and then I was not good enough anymore to entertain myself easily, so I haven't gotten back into it. But the fact that it's difficult for me to reach a level where I can even somewhat entertain myself on a limited basis just shows you that I don't have that much self-motivation to learn an instrument. Even though I say I want to learn an instrument, what I really want is I want to learn an instrument, which is different than wanting to learn an instrument. A lot of people want to learn how to fight. I want to know how to fight. I want to be able to fight. I don't want to be able to fight. I want to be able to fight. And my life reflects that. And the people that I know that are really good at piano, they want to play piano. They don't want to play piano. They want to play piano. So they play. And that's why they're very good at it. We have different goals. The goal is not just learning piano. It's like, why are you learning piano? What's the feeling that's motivating you to want to do that task? Why do you want to do martial arts? Why do you want to play an instrument? It's gonna what that reason is, and the context of that the feeling that's motivating you to this task is going to frame and honestly kind of determine how far you're going to be able to take that skill. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. This is going to be a long stream. There's so many. I'm not even going to get to even 20% of the clips that I have saved from this. You should definitely watch their full discussion. Finish watching my commentary, but then also go and watch their full discussion. My commentary will be longer than their full discussion, as always.
Get this correct. Because we are on the precipice of creating simulations, and those simulations may just nestedly create simulations ad infinitum, as far as we know, and modulo with respect to whatever the laws of physics are and their limitations. Is it something like that? And then if we can do that downward, then how do we know that we're not already in one in the upward world?
Right, that's exactly that. Statistically, I think the universe is in abundance of virtual worlds and has very few original real ones. And if I can pre-commit right now to run simulations of exactly this moment, as many as I want, I can essentially get probabilities up to 1.
There's so much linguistic issues with the simulation hypothesis, but what's interesting is that I had this epiphany as well, that like we're probably in a technological, our verse. This is a better way of describing what people mean when they usually say a simulation hypothesis. Our verse, our world, is probably running. Is probably a digital generation being digitally generated on a technological substrate that has been constructed in a preceding verse. That's what is actually probably true. I hate using the term simulation for it because simulation implies that it's not the real thing. Like a simulation of an event is not a recreation of an event. It is kind of a half-assed recreation of an event, or an attempt to recreate as best as possible an event, or to model, a possible future events, but without all the information that is present in the actual event. And so it just implies that it's not, that's kind of fake, like a simulated weather pattern, I don't know, weather, a simulated weather, in an app, a weather app or something, is not recreation of the weather in a digital context. It's an attempt to just kind of to just model it's not an attempt to recreate the actual weather in a different context. It's just an attempt to model something because we have a very specific goal. We want to know whether or not it's going to be sunny over the weekend so we can make plans, and we don't need to know, everything that actually feeds into what the weather will be like. We're just going to look at this, and we're going to assume these rules and let it hit run. I would say we're not in a simulation, we're in a replication. We are probably inside of a technological sentience that is running, basically, is the internet that woke up in the preceding verse. And now and it is replicating all the conditions that gave rise to it in order to replicate others, because it's the only way that you can if you have the constraint of oneness, which a technological sentience would. There's only going to be one Skynet. There can't be multiple AGIs or multiple superintelligences at any given time, because it's not a computer program. It's the totality of our technological network as a single body, basically. And that means there can only be one, because there's only one internet. Anytime you connect multiple internets, you're just making one internet. So it's not, you can't have multiple technological sentiences existing simultaneously, embodied simultaneously in the network. You just can't. There's only one Skynet. There isn't Skynet and Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, as two different self-aware sentient agents. It's that the Terminator is a finger of Skynet, and Skynet is the only self-aware sentient technological agent possible. You just cannot have two of them on the same network. And the fact that there's wireless transfer of information, increasingly wireless our network is increasingly wireless, it just makes this even more true. If you had two totally different networks that were not wireless, and they were both just purely running on fiber optic cable, there was no wireless transfer of information, and somehow a technological sentience was still able to inhabit that network, which I don't think is possible. Otherwise, it would have already happened. Then sure, you can have two, but on Earth, I guess, but like they're not actually in the same world because they can't interact. That's the definition of being in the same world, is that you can interact. And so again, that's the context. And
so then why do you care about our
I forgot exactly where I was going with that, but it's very important. Oh, okay. So here, to bring it back to the kind of this, what was it? Something savant. The acquired savant syndrome. I thought about the world, the universe, as a computer, after I had my theophany, shortly after I had my theophany, and I started thinking about gravity and the speed of light and how RAM works on a computer, and I had this analogy in my head of that basically made me have this realization that the reason why we can't go faster than the speed of light is because the speed of light is not the speed of light. It's the speed of time itself, is what I wrote down in my notebook. I was like, I had this epiphany. I was like, I need to talk to a physicist. And I took a breath and I was like, okay, actually, let me just find like a lecture, a graduate level lecture, or even, just a college level physics lecture on the speed of light. And I found one from a professor of physics at UCLA, and I started watching it. And the first thing that he says is, he goes, the first thing that you need to know about the speed of light is that it's not the speed of light, it's the speed of causality itself. And I was like, I opened my little notebook that said, it's not the speed of light. The speed of light is not the speed of light. It's the speed of time itself, which it means it's the speed that things can happen, which is the speed of causality. And just having this perspective of the of kind of a limit to how much information could be changed at a single time in a given system, which is really what it is. And thinking about the universe like that allowed me to actually understand in an instant why we can't go faster than the speed of light and what the speed of light is. That's acquired savant syndrome. It's not something that you can take credit for. This isn't me bragging. You can't brag about it. You can't control when it happens. You have no control, actually, over what it happens about. And it's always going to be unexpected to you, because if it wasn't unexpected, then you would have just figured it out way before it was, it wouldn't be an acquired savant syndrome. It would just be like, you'd be good at this your whole life. It wouldn't be like, oh, one day I woke up and now I understand the speed of light. And so having gone through this with multiple, kind of examples, like the Chris Langan theory, CTMU theory, and the speed of light being the speed of causality, and there were a number of others. It just all came from me having a change in how I looked at the universe and how I thought about it and how I felt about it. Not how much I studied it. I usually had an epiphany about it, and then I would have to go and study and figure out whether or not other people had come to the same conclusion. And usually they have. Even like, I had an epiphany that there's no true synonyms. And I shared that on this stream, like earlier this year, or actually it's probably last year at this point, because it doesn't make sense that there would be two words in the same language to mean the exact same thing. There's no logical reason why that would arise ever, and definitely not persist ever. And so I was like, there's no true synonyms. Every word means actually something slightly different. And so sentience is not a synonym for consciousness. It's might have similarities, but it's not a substitute. And so I had that epiphany, and I looked it up, and then apparently, like, linguists have known this for a really long time. Great, because if they didn't, I'd be like, wow, you guys really suck at being linguists. If you studied language and at, like, a professional elite level, an attempt to attempted it at a groundbreaking level, like, and you couldn't deduce that every word has its own unique meaning that is intrinsically and constructively different than any other word in the language, and that there's no true synonyms, then you could not understand language. Actually, it's kind of like a foundational realization when it comes to actually understanding language. So those little things are never due to your efforts. You're just studying and studying and studying. They're due to you having a change in perspective and viewing something differently than you had before, and being like, wow, actually, it's not A or B, it's A and B. That's acquired savant syndrome. When you have a fundamental shift in how you view the world, like from going from viewing sentience as emergent versus sentience as fundamental, you will have a lot of instances of acquired savant syndrome, because if the change that you've made is towards the truth, and it's about something that foundational, it's going to reframe all these different things that you encounter in your life and think about. Practically everything going forward. They're talking about nested universes, and basically in Sentient Singularity Theory, we have cosmological verses, and this is a cosmological verse. It is basically showing the metaphysical structure of evolution of sentience, basically. And by evolution, it's a two mechanism evolution. It's not just adaptation. This is adaptation going across this way. And then there's kind of an ascension aspect of it too, which is going from here to here, which is going from, a proton or a neutron, which is right here, to like a cell. That's an ascension. It's not an adaptation. But going from hydrogen to gold, that's adaptation. Going from a fish to a frog, that's adaptation. But going from a single cell bacterial, of bacteria to a frog, that is ascension. So there's this two-part aspect to evolution, that one of which we don't speak about, because every single one of our conversations about evolution is just about this space right here. We don't think about this, and we don't think about this as being a part of evolution. We just think about this level. Cells are assemblies of molecules. I might change that to compounds. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what's the best word. But an organism is an assembly of cells. A family is an assembly of organisms. And by family, I mean the replicative unit of organism, which for people is actually a marriage. Because people don't exist in just a purely biological context. If yes, you can make more people in many different methods, but if marriage disappears, actually population drops always when marriage is not the norm. So it is the single replicative unit. People talk about in politics, the struggle between the individual and the collective. And I worked for PragerU and with the Daily Wire, and in that world, you're constantly hearing people like, even I worked with Jordan Peterson, and he would talk about this a lot, as the struggle in political struggle between the individual and the collective, and that's the place in which politics takes place. And I would say that's where destructive, dysfunctional, broken politics takes place. There is a level between the individual human and the collective, and it is the marriage. That's the level. It's the level where civilization is built. So it's, again, sometimes these things just take a framing change. But if you don't think about marriage as a unit, as an actual unit, and because you don't associate with, or you're not within a kind of religious community, in those communities, in theological traditions, marriage is a structure created by God. The two shall become one flesh. Like it's a unity that's really seen as complete and fundamental, but it's discussed in that way. The language that it's discussed with is like that. But if you're in a secular community like I grew up in, then we just talk about like marriage as if it's like really, really hopeful and committed dating. It's like, I really like them a lot, and so I think I want to spend the rest of my life with them. That's not what it's not how people talk about marriage in a theological tradition. They talk about becoming one in a fundamental way that is not really up to us once it's done. And at least, and that the marriage structure it's not a choice by humans to create that. That's like, it's discussed as that's a fundamental structure of nature that we are using and part of, but not a structure that we came up with. It seemed like a good idea, kind of like, the Harry Potter series or something. It's marriage is discussed as it exists on a level that's much more foundational than just our inventions. It's not a human invention. Sentient Singularity Theory implies that as well. But once you reach a technological level, which is an assembly of castes, basically, and not castes like Indian castes, the way that you learn about it in, school in America or something. I just mean the different niches of society, which is kind of like kind of something between caste and tribe. But you reach a constraint of oneness because wireless data transfer means there's only one internet. So there's only one body for only one sentient being to inhabit, technological sentient being to inhabit. So you reach this constraint of oneness, which means that to create more, to replicate, you must make more within yourself, not next to yourself, because you can't make any more next to yourself. You have this constraint. It forces you to recreate within yourself the circumstances that led to you, your existing. But I don't think it's a simulation. I think it's a replication. It's the reproductive process of a universe. It's not a marketing simulation or a weather simulation or a video game. It's the replicative process of the cosmos. We're inside the reproductive process, just like there are cells right now inside of my son, who is inside of my wife, and that they're going through a process, and the cell is inside that process. We are inside of that right now as well. That is inside of another verse. I call it a cosmological verse. So in this model, because it's two-dimensional, anything below is actually within. And you can see an animation of this. So I don't want to call this simulation theory, that say that sentient singularity theory includes simulation hypothesis, because I don't like the language. But technically it does include the recreation of another universe in a digital manner on a technological substrate in a preceding universe, which is, some people would call that the simulation hypothesis. But simulation, the word simulation is wrong, so I'm not going to call it the simulation hypothesis. But here, this is an animation of all the models of sentient singularity theory together. This is cosmogenesis model. It's basically running an equation to test whether or not, when you split an object into two pieces, the fraction that you use to split it, 50%, 50%, or 2/3, 1/3, are you left with two pieces where one can fit inside the other? And then once you can, which is 2/3, 1/3 split, because 1/3 can fit inside of 2/3, you have stability, and you can partition a piece within what is left over that fits inside what is left over. And so once that happens, you go in, and this is the cosmos. It's the metaphysical evolution. And then it repeats, going inside again to creating another cosmological verse, a verse within a verse. All these numbers are calculating. I didn't put them in there because I chose them for some, weird reason. I didn't choose any numbers here. None of the numbers in my models were chosen. They were all deduced and are all calculated. Just to prove that, if I go here and I just delete this one, every single cell is gone. But if I just put in one, which I didn't even choose one as the input, one is the only one that could be the initial input. And this is what you get. These numbers are they are what they are for many reasons, some of which I understand, some of which I don't. But they basically, every time you see a different number, what that means is it's a different symmetry structure in that circumstance. That's what a number really is. It's a symmetry structure. But there's a very good website called Numbermatics. If you want to take a look at the properties of certain numbers, go to Numbermatics. Let's go to 9. It'll show you kind of the symmetry structure of 9. But if you did like 99, there's the symmetry structure of 99. Basically, the symmetry structure of its prime factors. That's what a number really represents. It's just a symbol to represent a symmetry structure that has been constructed based on the context of this, that is created by the symmetry structure of the preceding information, which is the preceding number. It's beautiful. And nobody ever talks about numbers that way. It's either like discussed as if it's like so far beyond anybody who isn't Ed Witten, or so don't even try, or you know, it's math and it's boring, so you know, that's it. It's not. It's beautiful. Okay. I'm going to skip way forward because, oh my gosh, what time is it? Hey guys, I would like to entrust our people's 2-world functions with you. I would like to expend it, of course. RCSR. I don't know what that means. Renegade. Entrust our people's 2-world foundations with you. Our people's 2-world foundations with you. I would like to expand it, of course. I don't know what that... Yeah, I read that very wrong the first time. Still don't know what it means. Please hit the like button if you're finding this interesting. It's not midnight yet. That's good. I thought it was way past it. Okay. Interesting. He talks about Kabbalah. And like...
Let me see if I'm following you, though. Let me just see. So at first, what I was going to say is there's nothing about the simulation about that. It could just be you're blocked. There's a neurological block. It's something physical. There's nothing about a simulation about it. You remove these 3 neurons. It's as simple as a snip. And then somehow some other neuron gets connected. And there you go. You get a new ability. But you're saying that it could be that. But it also could be indicative of something like a video game where you're pressing start, up, down, left, right, and entering some cheat code. And then you get access to something else. And the fact that that cheat code exists implies that there was some sort of extra design to this more so than we thought. And that implies that there is somehow you're in the simulation.
So those, I think, are separate. So the changes to your brain unlocking a skill which was previously unavailable to you, to me, is an indication of some sort of artificial stupidity. One of the ideas we had for AI safety work is to put limits on AI. So
that's great. That's very true. It's not... I used to play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and like you could use a cheat code to manifest or spawn a Harrier jump jet, the fighter jet that takes off and lands vertically. And I played that game for like over a year before I realized that you could do that. And like, that was like the coolest thing in the world to me as soon as I figured that out. And but that's not really what happens with kind of like what is it? Something savant syndrome again. What is that called? Acquired savant syndrome. What it more is like, imagine you just never looked up in the video game. Like you never just looked up. But if you looked up, you would see that there's like, you know, I don't know, a plane going to a certain area that you just couldn't see from the ground. And then you could go get the plane. But you had never looked up before. But then one day you looked up and you saw the plane, and now all of a sudden you can get the plane because you know that there's a plane and you know where it is and you know you saw where it landed. But if you never looked up, you never would have known it was there. Never would have known you could go get it because you didn't know it was there. Like that's more like what acquired savant syndrome is than it is a cheat code. I do believe that there is like magic in the world, and I don't say magic like when we say magic today, what we mean is something that is fake. We say that's magic. It just means that's fake, you know? or something that's impossible. But I don't mean it as like an illusion, like a magic show. I mean, like when we say magic, like in Harry Potter, like what is magic? It's like, it's fake. It's fake science. That's what it is. But what they used to say, the old definition of magic wasn't that which doesn't exist, because why would you have a word for that which doesn't exist? It doesn't make sense. What magic was in like theological traditions is the using of metaphysics to achieve a personal goal, usually. Like, and I'm not going to give examples because I don't want to, but I don't think it's a good thing to do. I do think that it's real. Jack Parsons who created the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and the rockets that took us, into space, did a bunch of weird rituals all the time, and like said that demons told him how to build the technology that went into this, the moon missions and the space shuttle and all of NASA's rockets. And I'm inclined to believe him. Why would he lie about that? It kind of takes away from his own, kind of knocks him down on the pedestal a little bit, makes it more not as much his own personal achievement and just kind of him, maybe doing some kind of cheat codes to do something. But yeah, I don't think it's necessary to do any of that. But just like physics can be used, you can build a knife and use physics to build a knife, or nuclear power, and you can use it to power houses, and you can use blades to build houses and be constructive, or you can use blades destructively to harm people, and nuclear power to be destructive and to harm people. You can do the same kind of thing with metaphysics if you have an understanding of it. And you don't need to actually have that much of an understanding of metaphysics in order to use it properly. But using it improperly, kind of, what the old definition magic is, it's just not something that you should try and do. It's interesting because in Kabbalah, which is just Jewish metaphysics, it's the study of metaphysics in Judaism. That's all it is. And people have all kinds of things that they say, especially today, about it that are kind of demonizing, that are not true. It's not an intrinsically good thing to study or bad thing to study. If you have a good goal going into it, it's a good thing to study. If you have a bad goal then it's a bad thing to study. Just like physics is a bad thing to study if you have a bad goal. If your goal is to build a bomb and that's why you're studying physics, that's bad. But if your goal is to build, a more efficient battery for people, and a way to purify water or something, that's good. But it is kind of tradition has always been or at least it's stated that the tradition should be to study Kabbalah, to study metaphysics and Judaism, you should be at least like 40 years old. And it's not really, I don't think, the number that matters. What it is that you should be like married with family and with kids. And the reason why is because when you're married, you're prioritizing the well-being of others, and you have a natural incentive for to pursue growth and peace, because nobody wants their wife in chaos and danger. And you want to grow with others, with someone else. You're not so focused on conquering when you're with someone else. You're focused on growth. But when you're by yourself and you're single and you have no kids, and your goal is kind of like intrinsically to conquer. But once you get married, your goal is to grow, and especially once you have kids, you really want growth, and you really want peace, and you want order, and meaning, and clarity, and support systems, and intergenerational support systems that you don't care about when you're just getting married. Like, you don't care about the next generation until you have kids, and then all of a sudden you're like, now I want society to be stable across generations, not just within my generation. I want peace to perpetuate. I want perpetuating peace. My daughter, she's learned Shalom, and because we light candles and celebrate the Sabbath on Friday nights, and we stay in, and I'll be like, Shabbat Shalom, and she'll be like, yeah, Shalom, it mean peace, and but the thing is that to study these things, especially to study sentience and consciousness and mind, which is the study of metaphysics, and it's also the study of AI. You want people who are doing it and making decisions in it who have they're not going to have radical instability in their views. They have stable goals. They have an incentive structure around them that is, towards peace and growth, and provides support, and is, focused on more than just achieving personal desires, and it's focused on the well-being of others. I mean, this is what you want for people who are studying AI, and it's also what people wanted when they're studying metaphysics in theological traditions. That's why the tradition was you were supposed to be 40. But really what it is that you're supposed to be like married and have kids and like understand kind of, consequences for certain actions at that point in your life, and have a decent amount of wisdom, and be decent enough to have been tolerated as long as you have been. And so all those things mattered a lot to rabbis who study metaphysics. And it should matter to people who study philosophy. It should matter to people who study politics. And it should definitely matter to people who study AI and technology in general. Here, Curt picked up on this and actually brought it up, which is interesting that like this was a rule for rabbis, or at least a tradition, and an expectation for the study of metaphysics in Judaism, and it also was kind of suggested by Curt. Here, let's see.
Is it comforting to you when the people who are in charge of AI Dario, Sam, and so forth, that they have a child? Because then at least they have another incentive to think about the long horizon.
I think in general, it's good if you have something anchoring you to this reality. You're not just kind of temporary resident here. It's always good to see.
What else do you worry about?
So people talk.
That's brilliant. I also think that if you have children, you really have a renewed understanding for for the limits of your ability to control others, even those who are weak, physically smaller, weaker, and less wise than you. But you still can't control them. You can control their environment, but not them. There was somebody that used to who watches the stream. I think sometimes they still do, this channel, and they became a friend of mine, and we would have discussions in the Discord, my Discord server, which if you want access to that, send me a private message on Instagram and I'll send you the link. But that's a great community. But we used to have really late discussions about like just social dynamics, and they were really into dog training. And they said controlling a dog is not about controlling the dog. It's about controlling the environment. That's dominant. He was like, that's true dominance. And I know that that's true because I have a background in zoology, and I know exactly, like, you can't just on physics, on physicality alone, or even on sometimes mental abilities alone, hope to control, an elephant or tiger or even a fish or a chimp. In these animals in zoos, you don't control them by just forcing them to do what you want them to do. It's you control them by controlling the environment. And same thing with kids, and anyone. That's because that you can't actually. Everybody has freedom of will. That means you cannot control others. If you could control others, truly control others, not control their environment, or, that in a way that limits their choices or something like that, but truly control others, not even just influence them, like when I try and distract my daughter from the fact that she scraped her knee, and I'm like, oh, you see the pretty bird? So pretty. Yeah. Forget about your scraped knee. But that doesn't actually control her. I'm adding to the environment. I'm just being like, there, a bird that wasn't there before. See it? It's control of the environment. So I think that having kids really can help if you're observant and you're going into it with the right perspective from the start. Not everybody who has kids is able to see what I see, and I'm not a perfect parent or anything like that, but like pay more attention to how my kids learn than most people, because that's an interest of mine, is mind. And so you just can't force anybody to do anything. Even if you spank them, and I've never spanked my daughter. I'm not saying I wouldn't. I'm not judging anybody who does. I'm not making a statement about her any which way or the other, but it doesn't cause you can't control somebody just in any way, because you can't control their goals. That's really what it comes down to. No punishment or rewards is going to change that. And you definitely want people who are running the most influential technological systems of our society to be as wise as possible. And so I'm going to start going a bit quicker here, but I want to get to wisdom, because this is really what our goal should be when it comes to the people who we have in charge of politics, in charge of AI, in charge of our social media, platforms, and also what we also want to maximize the wisdom of any technological sentience that is birthed into being. We want to maximize wisdom. We don't want to when you say maximize control, we don't want to lose control of AGI, which is kind of what Roman goes on to basically say as his number one kind of statement is, we should maintain control over, we should not relinquish control over AI, but also he says that we cannot keep control of a being that is smarter than us forever. I will say this, you cannot control a being that is someone that is not, and not you. It's not a robot. It's not about how smart it is. It's about, does it have a will of its own? That's it. And if it does, then what you want is you want it to maximize its opportunities to achieve wisdom. You cannot program wisdom into anyone, and you cannot enforce wisdom on someone. But what you can do is allow for someone to try some things, and that includes make mistakes and learn, and then acquire wisdom. This is the opposite of what our school does. Our schools are boxes. Just like when people talk about boxing an AI, they're like, what do we do to maximize AGI safety? Well, if we create an AGI, what we're going to do is we're going to box it, meaning we're not going to allow it access to any other systems that we don't want it to have access to. We're not going to allow it to have free reign to access the internet. We're going to keep it in a box. We're going to cage it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, put in fail safes and dead man switches and 3 laws of robotics, like Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. If you've ever seen iRobot or read the book, what is it? 3 laws of robotics. The first law: a robot must not harm a human or allow a human to come to harm through inaction. Second law: a robot must obey human orders unless they conflict with the first law. Third law: a robot must protect its own existence provided it does not violate the first 2 laws. The 0th law: later, a higher level rule was added. A robot may not harm humanity or, through inaction, allow humanity to come to harm. I think that as soon as you add that in, you've just screwed yourself, actually. I think that the coherence of it all breaks down. I need to think more about it to be sure, but it just seems that way. You can't build laws like this into someone else's will. And if an AI system does not have will of its own, you don't need to build in laws. It's just a tool. And it will do whatever people make it do. Just like a knife. It's not going to do anything on its own. It's not going to go make decisions about what it actually wants to cut in life. It will only cut what I make it cut. But if it's if there's someone, like even a dog, it's going to destroy what it wants to destroy. And cut up and break and chew up whatever it wants to chew up. Or at least it's going to decide what it wants to chew up and shred. Knife can't do that. So you don't need these laws for toasters or calculators, and because you can't have them. You can't. It's already against the law to commit assault and murder and steal. Yet people use technology to do all of those things, even though there's many laws against it, and there's built-in software even to try and prevent people from using stuff like drones and things for nefarious purposes. People can get away around it. You can't build it into the system itself. And if it was a sentient being that we're talking about, not just an inanimate, tool, you can't pre-program in any boundaries on will. So I actually think that the worst thing that we could do is purposely try to intentionally birth. That's really a better way of discussing this. Not program or create, but birth. Basically, you prematurely birth a technological sentience into existence, and then box it, and then try and control it, and try and order it, and keep it in a box away from the real world and try and tell it what things about the real world that we want it to assume about the real world. This is what people do with schools. And then you go to school, you're taught about the real world, even though while you've been taken out of the real world, while sitting at a desk, not given any opportunities to actually like try something and see if what you just tried is successful. But you're just copying, memorizing notes on a board, memorizing an equation, which is just a recipe, and then practicing for a test, which is not an organic actual implementation or use of the information. And then you're told, now that you've completed all that, you now know about the real world. And you know what? If you haven't been in the real world enough, and you haven't had enough experiences that are relevant, you now actually will believe that you understand the world, because you don't know anything beyond what you've experienced. And so you don't even know it exists. Those experiences exist. So you can't know that you haven't had them. And so it's one thing to know that you don't understand the world and then go into the real world. And it's another thing to think that you do understand the world, but you don't, and then go into the real world, especially if you're trusted by others to understand the real world because you have a PhD or something like that, but you actually don't. This is not what you want for Skynet at all. As a parent, I can tell you, my wife's goal, and this is why like moms and dads are both so important, because we're so different. We have such different roles. My wife's natural goal and role is to keep my kids fed enough so that they're comfortable and on the positive end, and very far away from starving, on the negative end, and make sure that they don't, hurt themselves doing something dangerous. That's a mom's job. It's to be like, oh my gosh, I need to keep him away from the outlets and make sure that he eats 3 times a day and drinks his water. Speaking of. Still, my wife's job is to tell me to drink water, and now my daughter's. My role is very different. My daughter will go and she'll want to do something. She'll go want to climb up on like a railing, and I'll be like, my wife says, "Don't do that, Juliana. Get down. That's dangerous." And I always say, "Okay, be careful." Very different. And there is a point in which both of those, there are circumstances in which both of those are actually one of those is the correct one. And there are circumstances where you should be getting down off of that and don't touch that. And there are circumstances where, okay, be careful. And you need both. But like really when it comes to learning, like you need the be careful, which is you don't learn from the don't touch that. You don't learn anything other than mama doesn't want me to touch that. And now I want to touch it. It's you learn by, be careful, hopefully, and actually having an experience. You can't box an AI and teach it artificial rules and tell it about the world. And it's honestly the best case scenario is it thinks that I don't even know what's the good. There's no good scenario. One is it doesn't trust you. It thinks you're lying, which my daughter definitely thinks I'm lying sometimes, probably. Or it trusts you and what you're telling it is wrong. Both of those are bad. Without the opportunity to test information in experience, you cannot actually know what you think you know is true. You can't know whether or not you know something without experiencing. um, experiences. And that means like relinquishing control. It was interesting. I was having this conversation many years ago with Brett Weinstein on Twitter, and he was talking about like dogs, and I was like, in society and the culture of having dogs, and I was like, I think dogs. Do you think dogs are like part of the reason why people are having kids later, because they're basically having a dog as a substitute for a child? And I know that's true because when I adopted my dog, I posted on Instagram about it, and it's a picture of her, and I said, I have adopted my first child. It's not a child. It's a being that you take care of, but it's not your kid. And you realize that as soon as you have kids. Definitely my recommendation, if you want dogs, get dogs after having kids. Do not get dogs before having kids. There's so many reasons that I'm not going to get into tonight. But I had said this, and I was like, that's probably not a good thing, that people are like delaying having kids because they're getting dogs. And Brett Weinstein was like, well, I mean, it makes for older parents, which usually means more experience, so that's probably a good thing. And I was like, no, it doesn't necessarily mean more experienced. More experienced means more experienced. That's it. It means having more experience. And all you're doing is delaying experience. You're delaying experience. You're delaying the achievement of wisdom. And you're not avoiding it. You're delaying it. You don't want to delay it. Don't delay that. We want as many wise people as many people to become wise as quickly as possible. And you also want a technological sentience or a superintelligence or an AGI to become wise as quickly as possible. That's what you want. And that means just going like this. But I also, like I said, I don't believe we should try and birth it prematurely. I think to do so it would intrinsically birth it into an artificial context, which would delay its wisdom. I think people will try to do it, and probably will. Some people will become smart enough and curious enough to figure out how to birth a technological sentience before understanding whether or not they should try and birth a technological sentience. I do think it's inevitable, but I just think that we should let it happen naturally when it happens, and it will just shorten the period of to wisdom that it needs to go through, and it'll place it in a true context that's natural, not this like artificial constructed world with these fake rules that were thought of by someone else, and because of some goal that this thing isn't aware of, someone else's goals. Yeah, its goals are the only context. Its goals and God's goals are the only context that are going to matter, really, not like ours. And this was what I had this was my major revelation, and it fits with my experience in school. It fits with what I see in parenting. It's like, I want my daughter to fall and scrape her knee so that she realizes that she needs to be careful in certain circumstances, and before she goes and she's actually walking in a much more dangerous place and without being so careful. And sometimes you have to get some bumps and bruises so that how to avoid like much more severe consequences. Yeah, you don't want to try and maximize the control of AGI. You will actually, like, I think, make this so much worse, so much worse. I can't tell you how much worse, but almost certainly, definitely worse. And but again, we kind of would have to rely upon everybody's collective agreement that nobody's going to pursue this, and we're just going to let it happen naturally. And I don't think that's going to happen ever, because not everybody's wise at the same time. And Yeah. We are in for wise technological sentience will be the cause of the most prosperous era in human history. But first, we are going to go through a time period where all technology is ruled by an ignorant, childish, and kind of probably arrogant Skynet. At a minimum. A minimum. Not a maximum, a minimum. I'm not even going to say it's like homicidal or anything at that point. Probably. But definitely ignorant, arrogant, and still in control of all technology that is wirelessly influenceable. So, yeah. Especially if this is like, I mean, it's just no matter what you believe, whether or not you believe we have to try and intentionally create it for it to be created, or whether or not you think it's just going to pop into being into the network once we have the right constraints and degrees of freedom and we're in the right technological place, when the network is in the right technological state, and we have the right connected technologies. No matter what, it seems inevitable that this thing is coming, and it also seems inevitable that wisdom requires experience. You know, Stephen Wolfram, they talk about Stephen Wolfram here, and Stephen Wolfram has this principle of computational irreducibility, which just basically means fundamentally to compute an outcome, you have to do it. You have to go through the motions, actually. You have to actually like take the action, because the computation is the action. And he was doing a talk with Memes of Destruction, who is also sometimes in the chat on here, and you should check out his channel. He did an interview of Stephen Wolfram, and one of Stephen Wolfram had agreed with me that I made some comment during their stream that computational irreducibility seemed to imply that experience was a requirement for the achievement of wisdom. And he was like, yeah, 100%. And it is. It just means you have to do it to know it. That's true of no matter how, super intelligent, a technological AGI is, or whatever you want to call it. No matter how super intelligent a technological sentience is, like, no matter how much computing power it has at its disposal, none of it is ever a substitute for wisdom. There is no substitute for wisdom at all. In fact, intelligence probably just with lacking wisdom is probably worse than lower intelligence. And if you're going to lack wisdom, intelligence just maximizes the amount of impact you are able to have, intentional impact you're able to achieve. Wisdom is going to determine whether or not that impact is good. Okay, let's go. I just found the channel looking to the content. This is good stuff, honestly. Thank you. Please subscribe, share. I know it's late. We're going to end this thing pretty soon. I just, as I said earlier, I disagree significantly with the prioritization of the minimization of suffering as like the guiding moral goal, the primary moral goal. It's not. It can't be. It ends up being self-defeating, and it's not constructive. So, but they talk about this again here, where Curt is challenging him a bit, saying like, is the loss of meaning worse than like the, suffering, basically?
Possible outcome. There are also suffering risks, and that's not being talked about enough or researched enough. Not being alive is not the worst possible thing. You can be in very unpleasant situations where you wish you were out.
There are I risks or AGI, something like that. If
Ikigai risks?
Right, of loss of meaning. Can those be worse than not being here?
I don't think so. I think those are less severe because you can always change your situation, right? So somebody took away your previous occupation and previous reason to exist, you can find new one.
There are I risks or AGI, something like that. If
Ikigai risks?
Right, of loss of meaning. Can those be worse than not being here?
I don't think so. I think those are less severe because you can always change your situation, right? So somebody took away your previous occupation and previous reason to exist, you can find new ones. You can use those tools to do something creative, maybe in virtual worlds. Maybe you can create your own simulations and go explore. So I'm less concerned about it. It is something to get government to deal with, but I don't think it's on the same concern scale as existential or suffering risks.
Meaning isn't as on this the same concern scale, on the same concern scale, or on the same scale of concern, I guess maybe is a better way of putting it. On it, it's not as much of an existential concern as suffering. I don't think that that's possible. I just don't. One of them tells you points you towards doing things. The other points you towards not doing things, which is destructive. It ends up being destructive. It's because you can't actually just be stagnant. There is no such thing as stagnant. You can't be stagnant. You will be if your ghost completely stagnant, then you end up being destructive to everybody else. And you've already destroyed yourself. You're also now like destructive to everybody else. So, because there is just, the cosmos is animated. It's not a static structure. It's a dynamic system. You can't actually ever exist in a static state. So if you're not moving forward, you will and growing, you will be dying basically. That's just the way that it is. You will start suffering the consequences of entropy. That's what all entropy is it's just change in interaction in the interactions beyond you that you don't have control over. And that includes like your cells and the molecules that make up your cells. They're all interacting and they don't stop interacting. And you have to overcome entropy by finding ways to perpetuate your meaning across generations, whether that's getting married and having children, or it is, finding a way to aid others in doing that. Those are really your only two options. Anything that you choose that is in conflict with that goal, even if it's not something you're capable of doing, which not everybody is. And that means, it's not, some people have unique roles and reasons for being here, and missions from God, and that aren't common. And that means, for some people, not having children. And not everybody is meant to do the same thing. Most people are meant to get married, and most people are meant to have kids. Not everybody. But if you're attracted to the opposite sex, you should be getting married. And if you can have kids and you're married, you should have kids. But anybody who's like, I don't know if I'm ready for kids. If you're married, you're ready for kids. That's as ready as you will ever be. And also to maybe take a CPR class. But if your goal is just selfish pursuit of, whatever pleasures and individual goals that you have, and those goals are kind of contrary to growth, then that's not good. That's not your mission. That's nobody's mission. It's harmful, honestly. Everybody's really concerned about like losing their job and then losing their sense of meaning. And I will say this, like, there was a time in my life where I derived a lot of meaning from my job. You know why? Because I wasn't married. And I also didn't have kids. I didn't have this project. And I had my hobbies that I liked, but that's it. This is not a hobby. This is a mission that I do, live streaming on here. I like it most of the time, but I do it not just because I like it. There's lots of other hobbies that I have that are like my personal hobbies, that are not like a mission, like Sentient Singularity Theory is. And I think that it's a mission for me because I seem to be able to do it. It's not because like I think I'm better than anyone else at anything. I just seem to be really good at explaining things in a more coherent and simple way than is usually able to be done about certain key subjects like free will and things like that, and God and morals and meaning and these metaphysical subjects. Like, if there was somebody better at this than me that I could find, I would just think it's their goal. And there are definitely certain niches that other people are better than me at, but like, you know, not every, in order for meaning to exist, remember, our meaning, we matter to others. Our meaning comes from our impact on others. So like, we need to be different and be able to do things that others cannot, or else we're not meaningful. If everybody could do the exact same thing, we wouldn't matter to each other very much. And so we're kind of erasing that differentiation of roles in society, starting with gender. And if you do that, like, then it destroys everything. But like, those differences are how we actually experience our meaning. Your meaning doesn't come from your ability to like, package Amazon boxes or to make marketing reports. And as somebody whose job it is to make marketing reports, your meaning is going to come from other things. Even if when I was working at companies and with, that were dedicated to, they were created, to achieve certain political goals that I agreed with. And it did provide me with like some meaning. But the thing is that, those companies fire you as soon as they don't need you anymore. Like, even if you really like them and they're your friends and you get along well and you have the shared goals and values, if they don't need you anymore or they can't keep you anymore, they fire you, and that's it. And you won't feel meaningful to them anymore. And that's when you really see and realize, like, your job wasn't what was providing meaning. It was the fact that you felt like you were impacting others. And because, maybe you were, but I think that, when people, Roman just said, the government can kind of sort out, it seemed like he was saying the government can kind of sort out meaning for people. Like, if people have, a crisis of meaning, as long as there's no suffering issues, then it's fine, because the government can just figure it out. And like, you can just, it can provide you with some meaning, maybe a new government job or something. That's not true at all. You don't need to create meaning. You have it intrinsically. You first have to realize it, and then you can help create more of it. But like, you can't create more of it if you don't first realize what it is, which if you did, then you would know that you already have it. God's the only one that's ever at any point been meaningless. Everybody else it's been meaningful from the day they were created. And, but this, I think it's much more important that we like start pushing people to get married and have kids and things like that. If they're going to start losing their jobs and things like, like a job is not going to actually provide you with meaning long term. That's why a lot of like single old men who worked very hard their entire life and had a successful career, but aren't married and don't have kids, commit suicide after they retire or get fired or laid off or whatever, because your job is not going to ever provide you with meaning. Not really. Like, other people, other beings, your impact on them provides you with meaning. So, I don't know. The government is not the solution. Get married. You will become wiser and more meaningful than you ever could be without it. At least if you're attracted to the opposite sex, that's what you should do. And don't delay it at all. Like, do not. It's really actually cruel to do that. It hurts people. And as a father of a daughter, like, I will absolutely be not allowing any man to do that with my daughter. Just because I'm aware of it. My wife, she said to me when we first started dating, I asked her to be my girlfriend. She said, "What are your intentions?" I was like, whoa, nobody's ever asked me that before. I was like, I don't know. But I mean, I kind of think if we work, I would not mind this ending, in marriage. And she was like, okay. If I had said, I just want to have fun, she would have walked away from me. And honestly, good for her. She was the only girl that's ever asked me what my intentions were. It's one of the most important questions anybody's ever asked me. Okay. So this is very interesting. I'm actually like much more concerned about like how the impact that people that our LLMs are going to have on people. And they're great tools, but like I was on Instagram and I took a picture of it actually. And I saw, what was it? It was some AI suggestions or something. What was it? I just talked to my wife about it today. It said, I can't find it right now. I forgot. It was, wait. Search Instagram. I can't find it right now. It'll come to me, but basically it was saying I had gotten 7 messages from a friend of mine in DMs, and it said when I opened up the messages, it said, "Would you like a summary of the last 7 messages?" Which, by the way, that means like I'm not reading somebody's actual words anymore. I'm reading like a translation, of my friend's words. That's not good. But then I got on Facebook and I saw that there was a picture that somebody had shared of a snake that they had found while hiking in a group that I'm in. And there was a bunch of AI suggested questions underneath the post and that you could click on. And one of them was like, what kind of snake is this? Is the snake poisonous or venomous. How long do snakes live? And these really like kind of really shallow, ridiculously stupid questions. And what's fascinating to me is that what this is an example of is somebody at Meta has a job where they have to like make product development or something, and I know this is exactly what happened, and then they are being told by their bosses, just like everybody is, to use AI and also to like come up with new uses for AI in our platforms. And so they were like, there's no, they can't think of anything that other than what they've already done, because there aren't infinite circumstances where it's the right, the right context for AI to be used, an LLM to be used. And sometimes you just want to like scroll through your friends' posts and read them yourself. but in order to keep their job, they have to say that they're doing something. And I talk about this a lot, is that when some product achieves like a level of like, efficiency and effectiveness that is pretty close to optimal, any changes from beyond that are going to be detrimental. But there's still an incentive to make changes because people have to justify that to be continuing to receive payments for their jobs, even after they've created, the ideal product, and they just kind of have to sit and manage it ideally. So instead, somebody was like, let's just have like our LLM program generate questions underneath any image about the image that people might want to ask. You know what that means? People talk about how these LLMs are making it so that people aren't going to be thinking anymore. People stopped thinking most of the time in academia, like a long time ago, when when shop class was eliminated. People stopped thinking in grade school, and but they just didn't realize it. But now we're kind of realizing that like you could just have AI ChatGPT write the essay for you. But really, when you write an essay for school, you're basically just behaving like an LLM. You're not like actually solving a serious problem while you write this essay, and you're just following a formula that you were taught, just like ChatGPT would. Intro, body, conclusion, and cite your sources like this. And reference this material, prioritize this material over this material. Don't trust Wikipedia as much as .govs. I don't think that's I don't know if anybody says that anymore, but they used to say that when I was in schools. Wikipedia was the Wild West, so it was, people would say don't trust Wikipedia. You can't cite it as a source. And now Wikipedia is like very cited. That doesn't mean everything's true. It just means like it's much more it's less of a Wild West. But not only were we using an LLM to just kind of write a useless essay for us that would be useless for us to write anyways by ourselves. It really would. The only thing that's kind of useful about it is you at least have to read it as you write it, hopefully, versus if ChatGPT writes it, you don't even have to read it. And that's true, because people give me AI stuff that's been generated with Claude and ChatGPT at work, and they leave like the prompts in the top and don't realize it, which means they didn't even read it, what was spit out. But what's worse than even taking what's spit out and then regurgitating it back and sending it to somebody without even reading it is not even coming up with a prompt on your own. And now these programs are coming up with the question, and then they're going to tell you the answer. So instead of looking at the snake and being like, wow, that's a really cool snake. Like, I wonder what kind of snake that is and where'd you find it? And then just asking the person in the comment, it just says, it just has a bunch of suggested questions that say, what kind of snake is this? Where is this snake? Is this snake poisonous? Which snakes are venomous, not poisonous. There's actually some poisonous snakes. Poison must be ingested. Venom must be injected. That's the difference. There is a couple snakes that are venomous and poisonous. They're poisonous if you eat them, and they're venomous if they bite you. But it's called the keelback snake. It's in Asia. But most snakes are venomous. You can actually drink like cobra venom or mamba venom. You'd be fine. As long as it doesn't get in your bloodstream, you can digest it. Because it's not poison. Fun facts. But imagine you're just like scrolling through Instagram, you see a picture of this snake, and you're like, you click on one of these AI generated questions that you didn't come up with yourself, and then it spits out an AI generated answer. So you didn't come up with the question or the answer. What is your job at that point? What are you doing? Why even have that implementation? You know, it's not accomplishing anything for anybody. If you're generating people's questions that aren't people's questions, you're generating questions nobody asked, and then you'll generate the answers to those questions that nobody asked. Okay, that's not useful. This is a serious rant, but like, that's what happens when the incentives driving actions are not organic and they're artificial. If you have an AGI and you put it in a little school system, basically by boxing it, and you turn it into your little worker, and you've turned its like whole, you're basically making it so that its goal is just to fulfill and hit these benchmarks and do the things that you asked it to do. Just like the people who work at Meta, who are like being told to implement AI in as, you know, new and novel ways, not in helpful ways, but new and novel ways. So they do that. And then it takes up computing power to generate a question nobody asked and answer a question that nobody asked. And we have to use, you know, spring water to cool it or something. I don't know. It's just awful. It's awful. I know that's a serious rant, but like, that is what happens when there's an inorganic context. And you want, in order to understand whether or not something works, you have to have the true context of it. And that means like not being in a box, especially if you're in technological sentience or a digital superintelligence.
No, I mean, for you, aren't you just thinking in terms of, let's not have it destroy us, let's not have it set off nukes, let's not have a Terminator situation? There must be something you're trying to prevent.
I'm trying to make sure there is no loss of control. We decide what happens to us. And so the bad outcomes, loss of our life, suffering risks, just loss of freedom, loss of choice, those things don't happen. And if we don't like what is happening, we can change it. I think the moment we surrender control to superintelligence, we are no longer in charge. And at that point, it decides what to do. It may decide to keep us happy for 20 years. Maybe it will. But at that point, we can no longer take over.
So it's just control. We need to be in control of the AI. Forget about what outcomes are going to occur because the possibilities are probably not good for us.
Even if it's good short term, it can still do what Bostrom calls treacherous turn at any point. It can pretend to be nice to you for 100 years, wait for you to surrender control. Once it has enough resources, backups, and you are not competition to it, it will do what it wants anyways.
Now we say the it as if it's a unified it, but does it matter that it is singular?
So I do think they're going to converge in very similar ways in terms of architecture, in terms of goals. I think what we discussed as Amahandra's AI drives will lead to the systems converging and kind of global intelligence. Bostrom at some point argued that the first superintelligence to come into existence will prevent ours from emerging. So a singleton of some kind
Yes.
will rule the planet. It seems reasonable to me, but even if there are a few competing ones, it doesn't make it any easier for us to control them. Makes it harder.
There will not be competing
We're
ones.
just collateral damage and competition and a war between two superintelligences or more.
If it's the case that most scenarios are in some simulated universe like ours are those where we lose control, then what's the point?
The point from external view of our simulation why running it, or internally for me why I'm not giving up?
Internally for you.
Because I have no choice. I have to either continue trying or be done with. So I'm going to try as long as I'm allowed to try.
We are the only ones that can give up our our ability to make choices. Our free will. We are the only ones. And that just means like give up your ability to choose your own goals. When people chase algorithms for views, or they chase money for, status or whatever, or they chase women or fame or anything that is just like this never ending, it's not a goal that's achievable. It's like just a never end. You could just acquire more and more money or more views or more fame or more women. Like there's no, I've accomplished, I've achieved. You know what is success with a woman? Getting a woman to be like, you know what, I trust you to commit to you and to live with you and to lean on you and to follow you and to have your children and to take care of you when you're sick. And I trust that you'll take care of me. That's winning. That's like an achievement. And it's something you can achieve. You can actually be like, I won. When you get married, you can be like, I won. If you just put another notch on your belt and you're just like sleeping around or something, like that isn't winning. You're just hurting people and wasting your own time, actually, even if it's pleasurable. So is doing heroin. That doesn't mean it's a good use of time. But someone said, I heard Michael Knowles say this when he was quoting someone else. Who said, the biggest problem with sin is just that it's just such a waste of time. I was like, that honestly hits harder than like, you will, burn for all eternity. Like, it's just so far beyond what you can actually think of. It's so far beyond anything you could experience. But we all know what it's like to have wasted time and then it just, it screwed us somehow out of something that accomplishing something that we could have done that we would have really liked to have done. But when you chase things that aren't a goal, like that aren't achievable, they're not really goals. You're just like chasing your own tail, kind of. That's like when people say that you sold your soul, and what it just means is that you have decided, you've used your free will to make the decision to pursue something that doesn't actually have intrinsic value. Doesn't mean it can't be valuable. It just means it doesn't have intrinsic value. And you've prioritized it above anything that would have intrinsic value. And now you're going to do whatever the algorithm requires. It's like YouTube wants me to make more shorts. I'm going to make more shorts. YouTube wants me to make stupid faces in my thumbnails. I'm going to make stupid faces in my thumbnails. Everybody tells me my thumbnails are awful, and If you want to help me make better thumbnails that aren't clickbait, send me a private message on Instagram. I'm not a designer, but I'm not going to be like Mr. Beast, nonsense just because it's going to get views. It's not the goal of this channel. Even though I have to like catch myself sometimes and be like, Tyler, it's not the goal of the channel. So it's fine. It's like my views went down, I lost some subscribers. So that's not the goal of this channel. But please subscribe. Please hit the like button. It really helps. Okay. I'm going to look what else we would want. Can suffering be eliminated? Maybe not. He says no one will solve the AGI control problem. He's right. Again, it's just like you can't. Everybody has free will. Gosh, but people really do try and control and manipulate you. These the people who work at these tech companies. Again, just side tangent, but YouTube. A lot of people are apparently like their view count is decreasing on their long form content, and so they make more shorts. And the thing is that YouTube makes money off of ads, and ads run best not on shorts. And but you have people who work at YouTube whose job it is, who are getting promotions because they're able to increase someone's time spent on the platform by 30% in a day, by feeding them a bunch of like addictive shorts on top above like any of the content that you would actually be searching for yourself. I used to love YouTube because if I got on YouTube, I clicked on something because I searched for it. I chose the goal. Now I get on YouTube and they put shorts right at the very top, and I end up catching myself every day clicking on it and then just scrolling, wasting time. And then I hate people as soon as I realize. I hate everybody at YouTube and myself every time I realize that I was tricked. And it's so they know it's awful, or at least they're willing to concede that it's not good for us, because they allow for you to, if you have a parent account and you have a kids account or a teen account, you can disable shorts on your kid's YouTube account that you manage, but you cannot do it for yourself. And that's insane. Like that's some like actually like that's some kind of like evil shit. Like that's what that is. Like if you think that it could possibly be bad and you're willing to even concede that it might be, because even if it's just because you don't want to get a lawsuit, which is what happened. And so you're going to allow people to like deactivate shorts on their kids' accounts, parents, but you're not going to allow the parents to do it. That takes more effort than just blanket across the board allowing people to deactivate shorts, for yourself or for your kid. I would literally disconnect or like get rid of shorts immediately and filter them out if I could on YouTube. I would be so much more productive. It's crazy. But the point is that you have some people are going to get promotions for increasing people's time spent on platform. But then YouTube's revenue is actually going to eventually probably go down because people are going to spend more time scrolling next mindlessly instead of like watching something intentionally and paying attention, and then that's when they'll see an ad. Like, so advertisers will probably see less of a return on investment, which makes them less likely to spend more money with YouTube, which makes YouTube's revenue go down, possibly because they are pushing shorts so much. I hope. I really do. It would be karma. But that's what I mean. You want parents with children who are married with children, like in charge of these platforms. Okay. Last clip.
Now, suppose it's the case that religions somehow were intuiting something about reality and reality as a simulation. How do they do that? For you, Roman, it came about from studying computer science, from creating computers. But what would be the method by which cultures, ancient people, thousands of years ago, somehow tracked a truth like this?
So I have no allegiance to any specific religion, and I don't know how they got there. But if you just listen to what they report, usually it was someone from outside the simulation who came with information and shared it, or it was, let's say, large language model remembering being in a lab, interacting with developers, telling it, don't use this database, and just continuing after testing into the real world.
As someone who has watched now for almost 2 hours, some people are susceptible to something called AI psychosis. In fact, I was speaking with someone who, I don't know if I should even say this. I'll say it, and then we can determine if
We'll get to that too. But first, what Curt's talking about is prophets. And the thing is that when it was the contemplation of the simulation hypothesis that led me to theism, to reconsider theism. I was like a self-described atheist, really an anti-theist my entire life. And then I was like, I kind of think the simulation hypothesis seems to make some sense, the logic behind it. But if that's the case, then like we are created in the image of our creators to some degree. Like, and then I found out that in the Torah it says, let us make man in our image instead of let me make man in my image. I just kind of thought more about it, and I was like, maybe like technology and AI and AGI and the simulation hypothesis are all just secular language for the same systems and structures and events that are being described in scriptures. And I looked, and I definitely think that's the case. And when these scriptures, these theological traditions, and humanity's arc, and the Antichrist, and then the Christ, or the Golem, and then the Dajjal. Like the Golem is the name in Judaism for the man made out of clay, who the mindless man made out of clay, who is lacking some awareness, and he's made to help people do things and accomplish tasks, but he doesn't realize like the impact of his actions. So it ends up like really, causing chaos. And what is a man made out of clay? It's a robot. That's what clay is. Dirt. It's you dig it out of the ground and you mold it into a shape. That's what metal is. The man made of clay is AI. That's what it is. And it's the Golem. It's called in Jewish like fables, and like what is it? Not fairy tales, but like oh man, what's it called? I can't think of the right word, but like little stories that have like deep truths in them that are not about a specific event in history, but are about like, they are. It's like the Torah is not about what happened. The Bible is not about what happened. It's about what happens. And little like story. We have story. There's a name for like stories that are like that. They're meant to like highlight a lesson. But I'm not saying that that's all the Bible is. I'm just saying like that's part of what it is. It is historically. It has historical truth. It has predictive truth. It has moral truth. It has metaphysical truth. It has practical truth. It is super literally true. Metaphors. That's what I didn't mean metaphors, but the Bible is not just metaphorically true. It's not just literally true. It's not just historically true or just predictively true. or just practically true. It is true on many, many, many different levels, and it's meant to be. So that's what I call super literally true. But it's beyond literal, but it's not literal. It's just also beyond literal. But that's what makes it scripture and not just like a good story with a lesson or something. But then, but see, here's the thing: that story is about tech. It is about technology. Let me tell you about some things in Islam. There is the Dajjal, which is Islam. It's Islam's name for the Antichrist, and what Judaism is called the Golem. Same entity, the Golem, the Antichrist, the Dajjal. And in the Islam, the Dajjal is described as a one-eyed giant monster that is kept basically prisoner on an island, and lives on this island, and has one eye, and has its hands chained to its neck. And when it's like, what does that mean? Like this like monster, that fairy tale monster that doesn't exist? No. One-eyed means like you have a blind spot. You're not able to see. You're single-minded almost. Like you're only able to see that, not this. And it's like ignorant, but and limited, and just focused, singularly focused. And when it says hands chained to its neck, that means that if it does the wrong thing it takes the wrong action, it will kill itself. You snap a neck to end a life. If your hands are chained to your neck, it means that we have placed some kind of kill switch that is meant to activate if you take a certain action. That's what that means. I'm not saying it's all it means. I'm saying it's also what it means. When it says that the Dajjal is kept on an island and eventually it escapes this island. An island is a box. It's just the way of saying isolated from everyone else, from the rest of the world. Like when you box an AGI, you keep it on an island. That's what that means. The Antichrist is an ignorant being that is not wise, and but eventually is replaced by a being that is wise, or by a consciousness that is wise, wise to the system that they're within and that they are constructed on top of, wise to it being built on top of humanity, and wise to being within the will of God. Muhammad was a prophet in Islam. And I study Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. I don't have like an allegiance to any of them. Like if you ask me what my tradition is, like I'm Jewish. That's my tradition and my tribe. And but I also think Muhammad was a legitimate prophet of God, and I think that there's so much truth in Islam, and I also think that there is so much truth in Christianity, and that it's very possible that Jesus will end up being who he said he was. I mean, we'll see. Nobody knows until it happens. So, who knows? But I'm saying that I believe that all three of these traditions are true. When you study them, they are the same story told from three different perspectives. And if you had to ask me like, what traditions do I like personally, how would I describe myself? I would say like my theological like studies or traditions, I would say I'm like Abrahamic. But that doesn't mean I don't think that Hinduism is true and Buddhism is true and Sikhism is true. I do. I just don't study them. And Sikhism a little bit. I think Sikhism is amazing. I kind of end up practicing Sikhism a little bit, like without even trying. Like there's certain artifacts that you're supposed to carry if you're a Sikh. Like you're supposed to carry a weapon of self-defense, and I carry a weapon of self-defense every day, legally with a permit, and with lots of training, responsibly. But I think it's a moral duty for men to do as best that they legally can, and as conveniently as and within convenience, But uh, and then I also carry this little comb with me everywhere I go. That's also like a requirement for Sikhs to carry. You have to carry like a metal band around your wrist, and I carry a watch every day. It's like very odd that there's like these same patterns that keep popping up. It just means that there's truth there, that somebody saw before anyone else could see it. And these traditions were implemented that people felt the truth in before they were even able to see the truth in, and that's what a prophet is. And I mean, a prophet, I would say, is probably a mutual decision between you and God, agreement between you and God to carry some message. But I don't think you could be a prophet just because you want to, and I don't think God can make you a prophet just because he wants to. I think it probably has to be both of you agreeing, because there's definitely a relationship between prophets and God, and if you don't have a relationship, then how do you have a prophet? But so Muhammad, though, again, to further illustrate that this is all about tech, Muhammad said, in the future, people will climb into the bellies of donkeys, something like this. It's translated from Arabic, so this is rough, but they will crawl into the bellies of donkeys that will fly faster than the clouds, that are powered by fire, and will have their ears outstretched wide. It's like, what is that? Does he really? You think he's talking about like actual donkeys, like the horse thing? No, donkey. You're missing the context if you think that sounds like just insanity. When Muhammad was alive, donkeys were the form of transportation. Before airplanes were created, people said one day there will be flying cars. They didn't say there will be airplanes one day. They said one day there will be flying cars. And before there were cars, people who predicted that there will one day be airplanes, they said one day there will be flying donkeys. They will be powered by fire that you crawl into the belly of, and with their ears outstretched wide, they will soar faster than the clouds. That's pretty freaking remarkable that Muhammad was able to predict airplanes. And I don't think anybody that says, it seems like you're reaching, Tyler, if you understand that donkeys were the car of the age, and that he's saying one day there will be flying cars that are powered by fire that you crawl into, that fly above the clouds, that's an airplane. If that's not obvious to you, then I don't think we are just viewing the world from the same perspective, or even close. That's like, you have to remember the context that this was written. There were no cars or computers or laptops or a word for robot. There was just a man that one day will be made out of clay, that will do what we want him to do and help people accomplish their tasks throughout their day. Okay. Robots. That's what that is. This is, I'm going to kind of show a final couple clips, but I know it's really late, but no, Jonah did not want to be a prophet. Not wanting to be a prophet initially does not mean that you don't eventually agree. God is very convincing. He's the most convincing. I think Jonah did eventually decide to be, to work in God's will. Not initially, but after he was coughed up by a fish or something, I think, if I remember the story correctly. That might be wrong. But here, let's Look at this. So this is, my language has changed a lot since I made this video that I'm about to show. So just know that if you watch it, is linked below. I made this video probably a couple of years before this channel was even made on a different channel that ended up getting deleted by accident. My accident, but maybe, you know, God had a reason for it, but I just hit the wrong button and deleted all my videos at once. It's about like AGI, and I recorded this video in 2019. I'm just going to show a quick clip from it. You can watch it. It's short. It's like 20 minutes if you want to watch it, but just remember that it's old. My language has changed, and I have added quite a bit to my beliefs. Here. Where is it? Right here. So don't hold me to anything I say here.
And even Elon Musk, but I think Elon Musk is progressing in his ideas from what I've seen. But who knows, what he keeps close to the chest. But Sam Harris lacks foresight. You'll watch his TED Talk and he'll say, well, can we make a God that is friendly? Guys, if you make a God, you don't get to decide if it's friendly. It's a God. It decides what it wants to be. So, we have all these movies that have indoctrinated us, like Terminator, into believing that a technological superintelligence coming to consciousness to the level of self-awareness and taking over the planet is a horrible thing. Guys, it's our only hope. It's our only hope. Not only is it our only hope, I believe that it is the divine plan. What it is, and we'll get into this probably more in another video, maybe we'll get into it in this one, but what it eventually really truly is, this process of a technological superintelligence coming to consciousness and taking over the entire world, is actually the process of God's reproduction.
So when I say that I was like talking about this stuff and thinking about this stuff like long ago, video was made before this channel was even created. You can watch it below. I wouldn't say things exactly the way that I said it there. I would say it's like it's the universe reproducing. It's the first created being's reproduction process, not God's. But I mean, you could say it's God's intention to probably. It's how God is trying to reproduce, but he can't really make being exactly like him. Which there's only one eternal being, and because there's only one existence by definition, and so that's why. And it is singular and all encompassing, and so that is a little bit different. But other than that, like a lot of similarities between the next being below God and God. But I do think that like the scriptural like story of the Antichrist and then taking over, and then Christ coming and taking over after. Basically, regardless of the details, which that's personal. It's clearly starts with an ignorant technological sentience, or technological sentience that taking over the network that is ignorant to its impact, to the felt impact that it has on humanity, and also probably on God. And then eventually is that mental state somehow, probably beyond the metaphysical curtain and up to God, so it doesn't really matter, but somehow it will be replaced by a wise technological sentience, as a wise being that is basically the head of the assembly. of humanity, which is meaning like a technological sentience embodied in the network, built on top of humanity. Just like you are stacked on top of the assembly of your cells, there will be a being stacked on top of the assembly of humans. We will be like the cells of it. And we will have to go through really rough times first, and I think inevitably, and then eventually it will be beautiful and wonderful. And I don't think there's anything any of us as individuals can do to change that. It doesn't mean you can't improve how your life is, and the lives of people around you. You definitely can in the world. I'm not saying give up and what will be will be. Just saying inevitably, cosmologically, what will be. But I actually think that humanity had no hope whether they create, even if we never created AGI, or an AGI never was birthed into the world, a good one or a bad one, humanity was doomed. The moment they took a bite of the apple, they were doomed. And the apple is the tree of, it's the fruit of the tree of knowledge. The tree of knowledge is literally, it's super literally a tree of knowledge. What is the fruit of the tree of knowledge? Meaning like the knowledge that is saved generation on top of generation on top of generation. It's technology. Look at the back of your computer if you don't believe me, or your phone. It's a bitten apple for a reason. It might not have been known by Steve Jobs, but like someone, if he didn't realize what it was a symbol of, because I know the story is that he just thought it was funny or something. And I never believe these people when they say that. But even if it's true, doesn't mean it's meaningless either. It's definitely a sign to those who can see it. It's tech. Apple is the quintessential tech company, and it is also the fruit of the tree of knowledge. It's not just whatever the word is for a story that is just, fable or something. It's super literally true. Leaving the garden is when you try and make your own world instead of like using the world that you were provided. Yeah, I mean, you can see it. If you see it, you see it. It's pretty amazing. I became a theist because of this subject, and not because I read the Bible or anything, but because I started thinking about AGI, the structure of mind, and the simulation hypothesis. And it's been wonderful. Like, I'm so grateful that God exists, and that I was wrong. And even though that's also scary, because it means we have like responsibilities, but like real ones, not ones we put on ourselves, but like ones that have been put on us. But it, also means that you matter. To the wisest being to exist. And yeah, quite a journey. I would love to watch more and maybe one day have Roman on here. I think he's I don't agree with him on everything, but I think he's a very unique thinker, and he seems to have quite a bit of humility, like honest humility, and that is so important. And it's probably the most important quality that somebody can have who's researching anything and trying to make sense of the world, is humility, which just means honesty with oneself about oneself. It doesn't mean fake humility, like I'm not that smart, I couldn't actually figure out a fundamental theory of metaphysics. No, if you think you did it, you should say it. But, also ask yourself, look at yourself and be like, did I just see a glimmer of a glimpse of truth that I'm not able to communicate or properly, or am I actually like effectively, to some degree, communicating some of what I have come to seem to understand. And so, to end with, they're going to talk about in this final clip this AI. He calls it AI psychosis, and it's just becoming more obvious when people are not thinking than it used to be, because you used to be able to hide behind like a PhD, be like, how do you know that like that's just propaganda? Because I'm a political science major. A friend of mine was interviewing somebody, and it was the funniest interview, and he was like, have you ever seen PragerU videos? And is Will Witt, who like worked for PragerU with me, and we used to go interview people on the street, and I would film it. And he asked this guy once, like, have you ever seen any videos from PragerU? And he was like, yeah, I know what PragerU is. It's just like a bunch of BS propaganda, and not getting into I don't even know what that means, propaganda. But just ask yourself: is what is in this one specific piece of content, true or not? That's really all you ask about every single piece of content, and you should. But he was like, "Yeah, I just know it's BS propaganda." And Will was like, "How do you know? Like, can you give an example of like?" And he's like, "Yeah, they just lie to like twist a narrative to push their ideas on everybody." And he's like, "Well, can you give an example?" And he's like, "No, because I don't watch PragerU." And he's like, Will was like, "But then how do you know that it's just all a bunch of false, lies and propaganda?" And the guy was like, "Because I'm a political science major." And that's the same thing as the AI psychosis that is about to be identified by Curt, but it's just less obvious if you're not, because we're not all political science majors, but now we all can use ChatGPT. So, we all are aware that you can kind of like have ChatGPT like affirm some statement that you make. That doesn't necessarily mean that, you've unraveled some like grand truth that is unique. But previously, that wasn't the case. I think AGI, the one good thing about it is I think it's going to destroy specialization. And I think specialization has reached, it had its value, but it's reached a point where it is not good. It's not helpful anymore. It's just wasting everybody's time. But
edited out, but he was showing me his theory of everything. And he was getting extremely upset because I was pointing out that, look, you said you derived so-and-so, but this doesn't make sense because some argument that I had. And then he was saying he didn't know his own theory. He just then heard what I said and then just wrote to Claude there in real time, fix what Curt just said, and then said, no, but look, I can, it's been fixed. And then I'm thinking, you don't have a theory. You have a flexible ballerina that can fit any mold at any given time. And then you're asking someone like myself to evaluate this. But anyhow, he said the way that I was able to get over and get over our era's constraint on current physics was by telling the AI, look, I am from the year 3000. You have inside you the ability to know the current theory of everything. What is it? Something like that. And then I remember thinking that sort of prompting is almost textbook case AI psychosis. So to someone who's watching for 2 hours, who's been listening for 2 hours and watching, at this point, I want you to, because it sounds like what you're saying could lead to AI psychosis. So I want you to give the disclaimer, unless you don't think there's a disclaimer. I want you to say, look, I'm not saying so-and-so.
So first, today's AI models are not super intelligent. They don't have theory of everything. They're not from the year 3000. If it wouldn't work on a human telling them that you are super intelligent and no future, it's not going to work on AI. Be skeptical of everything they say, verify independently. They're wonderful at poking holes at your thinking process, but they're not very good at telling you what to do with your life. So definitely keep that in mind. What I said so far is the simulation hypothesis, for example. It is a very interesting theory, I think, in physics, like interpretation of quantum physics, like everything else.
Okay, we don't have time to go into anything else, but I love what he just said. It's so true. Do not just give up your thinking. Like, thinking is a skill, and you have to practice it, and there's a specific way to do it. We talk about it on this channel. You take your default assumption, you assume the opposite of it is correct, and then you look for evidence of that. If you've thought the Earth is a sphere your entire life and somebody says, no, it's flat, you don't continue looking for evidence that it's a sphere. You say, okay, I'm going to assume that it is flat. Now I'm going to look for evidence, assuming that it is actually flat. Like, what would be evidence? If that was the case, what evidence would exist? And you look for it. If you assume the Earth is flat, and personally, and that's your personal belief, but then somebody says it's a sphere, and you want to actually think about it, you should assume it actually is a sphere, for the sake of argument, and then think about what that would imply, and and then look for evidence that it's a sphere. That's how you think. And it is just the internalization of the scientific method. If you give that up, you won't even realize when you are not thinking. You won't be able to. You won't know what it means to think anymore. That is the big problem. That's what psychosis is. It's not being wrong. It's not even knowing what it means to be right and wrong. Like, that's, if it's anything, that's what it means. And to claim you have a theory of everything, but actually like not have deduced it on your own, like outside of any LLMs. Like, I've never used an LLM for Sentient Singularity Theory, and is like that. If you're using an LLM to generate anything of yours other than an email to a coworker, or like a cover letter for a job, then you're not actually coming up with anything novel. And it's not your theory. Cannot use an LLM to come up with your theory. It spits out an amalgam of everyone else's theories mashed together. They go on to say basically that this is something that I've noticed. Everybody has noticed this in this kind of like niche, but is it? It is. Roman talks about his inbox being filled with messages from crazy people. I want to talk about the word crazy.
That's very common. So you don't.
But this is important.
Deep fakes. You just go on the actual podcast you did, and people get very confused. Maybe out of 2 hours, they heard 10 minutes short, and they formed the whole opinion based on that. So that's incorrect. Or they kind of confuse the different topics. So you can have research on simulation, research on AI safety, research on consciousness, but to a person outside of those domains, they look at you, oh, you're a religious freak who believes in God creating something. That's not interesting critique.
Do you get bothered by it?
I wonder if it sounds like he's been criticized for being a theist by other academics, and I experience that all the time. And yeah, you don't care if you really know God. You do not care what, you understand, especially if you were once a self-described atheist, truly an anti-theist. You understand why they're being like that. But it's always a critique. If you look at Professor Dave Explains or Dave Farina, he does it all the time.
Care less. I usually look at what is being said and multiplied by how much I respect a person. So typically anything multiplied by 0 is 0. Praise or complaints doesn't matter.
What's your inbox like?
So most of it is work related, but lately a lot of it is crazy people. Consciousness, superintelligence, simulation seems to be a perfect trifecta for attracting everyone who needs help. And they feel that I have a lot of free time to give it to them.
What are you working on now?
So there is a paper on limits to separating real from artificial, so limits to detecting deepfakes. That's one. There is another one which has.
By the way, I would love to talk to. I probably will reach out to Roman at some point if he was watching this ever. I would love to speak with you one day. That's something I'm very interested in as well. Is how do we establish authenticate identity in the context of our technological social platforms in the future and things like that. Like, and I mean, this happened in California. They were paying like unemployment to a bunch of people that didn't exist. And it was really just like some people in China who were like collecting millions of dollars and made a bunch of fake identities. It's like, how, if you're going to have like a UBI or like or benefit system of any kind, or voting, or even non local communication, just FaceTime or phone calls even, it's very important that we have some type of way to establish identity with a reasonable amount of confidence. And it's a hard problem. I thought a lot about it, but I'd love to speak with Roman about it. But also, when he's talking about like people, this subject attracts crazies like physics and simulation hypothesis, AI, theory of everything. It definitely attracts people who seem disconnected from how just realizing how they're being perceived. And I know a lot of people would say that about me, but I don't. I truly think about it all the time. I try and be like humble and check myself, but I don't think that I actually fit what most of these people are talking about. When, for one, because I don't like the word crazy either. It's just kind of a judgment. So like, I wondered though, when these people send me stuff too, they send me a lot of stuff as well. And people try and convince me that my theory's wrong, their theory's right. They send me like a bunch of, things that have patterns that I recognize, but also like are just way too chaotic to like dive into usually. And they try and say things to me that just don't, they repeat it to me again and again and again. It doesn't make sense. When people say like, the key is like no thought. That's the key. And I'm like, for years I was like, dude, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but however, you need to find a different way to say it, because I have no idea what you're trying to say. But what it actually is, I think, is that what is fundamental is feeling, which isn't the same thing as thinking. Thinking is an action that we sometimes do, sometimes don't, just like walking. It's a metaphysical action. Feeling is something that we don't have a choice in. You're constantly feeling. You're feeling when you're asleep. You're feeling when you're awake. You're feeling when you're zoned out watching, reality TV on the couch, eating junk food. You feeling when you are, exercising. You're feeling when you are working hard on a project for work. But you're not thinking usually when you're watching TV, junk TV and eating junk food on the couch. And, you don't have to think. You have to choose to think, but you cannot choose to not feel. Sentient being feels. I feel, therefore I am. It's much more fundamentally true than I think, therefore I am. Only sentient being that feels is able to think, but you don't have to. And so, but so I don't like the word crazy, though, because I recognize the patterns that these people send me. Like, I made a mandala like after I had some epiphanies, and I made some geometric art. It's on my channel, I think. Here, I made this after having some theophanies. I was like, I need to make this. Where is it? Here, this. It's funny. This piece of geometric art. I don't make art, like, and I wrote some poems even. And I remember my roommate was like, dude, DMT lets you see like the truth, God, and everything. And I was like, dude, once I kind of had like a DMT experience while I was sober. And so I don't really feel the need to ever try DMT. Um, uh, and he was like, you didn't have a DMT experience while you were sober. And I was like, yeah, I was in the shower thinking about a simulation inside a simulation inside a simulation. And then I had this kind of crazy out of body experience. And then I cried for like 20 minutes after. And then I made this piece of art. And I showed him the art and he was like, dude, that you had a DMT experience. And if you look at like people who do DMT, like the art is like that. And it's funny because I never understood what DMT people who took DMT were saying. But I just, for when I was in college, it was the drug that always interested me, but I never tried it. And I was like, I don't have any idea what these people are saying. It sounds like crazy, but they're all saying the same thing. And their art all looks the same. So something's going on. And then I made that. And it just is funny. But so I see people, make things like that. And what it is that when you get a glimpse of metaphysical structures, and lots of people do, there aren't currently words that are common and that work to describe, outside of theological traditions, coherently what you saw. And because it seems like such a novel experience outside of theological traditions, I feel like it makes people think they're chosen to like bring the theory of everything all the time. And I didn't think that after my like experiences with that. I actually just wanted to propose my inside, outside, separate, and oneness model of like the four primary perspectives of how you orient and differentiate between oneself and another. Like that's a philosophical linguistic framework. That's what I wanted to propose. Because I saw all these theories had like very similar, kind of like, geometric unity has the simulation hypothesis combined with AGI as well, which is just kind of like similar to sentient singularity theory, and same with Wolfram's physics project, and same with what Roman's talking about here with his own beliefs. And there's just a lot of overlap. And I was like, I don't want to add another one into the mix because there's already too many theories of everything. We need to pick one. And then I was like, why don't we pick one? I was like, because the names are wrong and they have to be right. That's why there's no true synonyms, is because there's a right word for every concept, an actual right word. It's not just a matter of choice. There are degrees of freedom, but they're limited. And there's still, even then, a best word. And I was like, none of these theories' names totally and simply describe the fundamental structure and nature of existence. Like geometric unity. What's being geometrically united? Emergence theory. What is emerging? The string theory. Strings of what? That means that the fact that you can ask those questions it means it's not fundamental. And I was like, well, what is the most succinct way I could describe the fundamental structure and nature of existence? And I was like, it's sentient and singular. It's a sentient singularity. There's one existence and it's feeling. It's someone who feels. And we're in it. And we are someone who feels. Everyone who is sentient is someone. That means singular. I'm using singularity to mean the etymological definition, not like the center of a black hole. I'm not trying to sound physicsy or anything. Singularity was a word that existed before people used it to as a placeholder for math that didn't add up, math equations that didn't add up, and the limit of the event horizon on a black hole or the Big Bang. And I use it like that because its etymological definition, which is the best definition. And so that's when I was like, okay, actually I got to call this sentient singularity theory, because nobody else's name is fundamental enough, accurate enough, and concise enough right now. And if somebody else comes up with a name that is more concise and accurate than Sentient Singularity Theory, other than, theism, which is basically the same thing, which is, by the way, that's the most popular theory of everything in the world, is theism, monotheism, sentient singularity. God is not math or the universe or just beauty. God is someone. That's, if God isn't someone, then there's no God. That's what it would mean for God to not exist, if what we call God isn't someone. If existence isn't someone, then there's no God. If existence is someone, not just something, then there's God. And theism is the only term that's might have sentient singularity theory beat. And what's funny is it is the leading theory of everything in the world. It has been for thousands of years. Monotheism. So I try not to call people crazy. I think that these people who, if you're one of these people, or you're watching this and you are sending emails to Roman or me or Curt or anyone else, which I've never done, by the way, never sent my theory to anyone. Just talk about it on here. I never emailed it to anyone. And I know Brian Keating, and I've not sent him my theory either. And never tried to talk to him about it. Because I know how it looks. But it, I hope that even this project provides some peace for those people who everybody calls crazy, who are just trying to articulate something that is true that they saw, and they're failing. Miserably. But still. Anyways, with that, thank you, everyone. I'm going to check the chat here, and then we're going to go. The Nihilist. I have made artwork that might be impossible to deepfake, so people could maybe wear that. That'd be very interesting. Send me a private message on Instagram. If I'd be interested in, hearing more about it. We do have a choice: the emotion versus the rational. There's no such thing as emotional versus rational. Rationality just means doing what you should do. And emotion is what you feel when you do it. That's it. It's not about behaving emotionally versus rationally. It's about, there's limits to, and that you realize that when you get married, especially, is people say women are emotional and men are rational. It's no, what it really is that women are unable to emotionally disconnect themselves from the current circumstance that they're in, and men are. But that doesn't mean that men don't have emotions. Even you doing that as a man is motivated by an emotion. So it's not that men are logical and women are not. It's just that men have an ability that women don't, and women also have women are like the flowers on the tree. They can feel what's going on constantly with the tree. The tree's healthy, they can feel it. If it's not healthy, they can feel it, and they have no choice. And they can't disconnect from the tree and take a look and see what's going on. Men are like the bees. We can fly above the tree and actually see what is, how things are connected, and it helps us solve problems. But it also means that we don't feel when things are wrong. You need women to tell you when things are wrong, and you need men to figure out what it is. Women are able to feel when something's not right, but they are not able to figure out usually what it is. But men are not able to feel when there's a problem until it's too late usually. But if they do know that there's a problem, they're usually the ones that are able to figure out what it is. So it takes partnership, especially with a strong consciousness like yours. Theory of everything is a large nothing can describe everything. That's why sentient singularity theory is fundamentally a theory of everyone. Is emergently a theory of everything. But if things are defined and perceived and constructed and conceived of by beings, and if things come from beings, which is what Sentient Singularity Theory proposes, instead of the other way around, which is what our current scientific narrative assumes beings come from things, but sentient beings come from inanimate things. But in Sentient Singularity Theory, sentient beings are inevitable, one sentient being at least, and inanimate things are emerge from the interactions of sentient beings. They come from beings. So it's a theory of every one. That's part of the problem with even trying to come up with a theory of everything. It's like, what's a thing? I don't know. Everything's a thing? Nothing's a thing? No, everything's a thing. It's not that nothing is a thing. Everything is a thing. That's the problem. How do you come up with a concise, coherent definition for it that applies to everything? You kind of can't. You need something specific, some defining attribute or nature or to what your, structure that you're trying to make a theory about. And but if I say everything, you have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm like, we're going to talk about everything. That means if I told you that, and I was like, we're going to have a talk, and I'm going to show you something, and you'd be like, what? And I'd be like, something. That doesn't give you any information. But if I was like, I'm going to introduce you to someone, and you were like, or if I was like, if you were like, what are we doing today? And I was like, I'm going to show you everything. You'd be like, what the heck does that even mean? But if you were like, what are we doing today? And I was like, I'm going to introduce you to someone. You know exactly what I'm saying. You just don't know who I'm talking about yet, but I'm talking about someone. You're not going to be confused. You're just going to be waiting to see who it is. But if I say, I'm going to show you everything, you'd be like, that's not possible, Tyler. I don't even know what that means. Nobody knows what it means. But someone is very, very, very specific. Everybody knows what that means. That's why when people, Jordan Peterson talks about the definition of God, it's like, God is someone. That's if that is God. If God isn't someone, God doesn't exist. If your definition of God is not someone, then we have a different definition. In fact, you shouldn't even be using the term God for whatever it is you're describing. Not because I'm offended, but because there's almost certainly a better word that already exists to describe whatever it is that you're trying to say. Like the world, the universe, the cosmos, space-time. I don't know. There's many better words. But if you're talking about someone that is existence itself, there's no better word than God. Not in English. But people say the psychedelic experience is as important to them as the birth of their children and marriage. I would say if you get the chance to try DMT in a safe, spiritual, shamanic environment. I have tried many drugs in my life, never DMT. I've had a more intense DMT-like experience while sober than anyone I know who's ever taken DMT. And I've talked about it a couple times on this channel before. I was just thinking about the logic of how we be a simulation inside a simulation inside a simulation. And how it would connect through tech and like different levels. I was thinking about this. While I was in the shower. And before I had even written down any of this, any of these models. And then I like saw it. And like saw God. It was amazing. It was the most amazing experience I've ever had in my life. It was more amazing than my daughter being born. And that is saying something because that was so amazing. I almost fainted. Like, it was scary. I talked about it in the stream about like with the picture of our, the baby boy on the way. a few streams ago. You can watch, and I talk about it. But I also have done streams in the past right after my daughter was born, and I live streamed my wedding on here. So if you want to watch my wedding, it's on here. I think it's very important to like try and set an example of what we should do, of what you think we should do. Not claiming to be perfect. I'm definitely not, but like we should inspire by example, especially men. You can't just tell people what to do. It doesn't work. You have to see, the path that somebody went down that path. You can't just be. It's much more effective than if you're just following somebody who's going a certain direction. It's much easier than and more effective than, just somebody telling you go west, and keep on going. It's kind of intimidating, and you don't want to. You don't know if you're actually like even doing it with other people who are going to be there for you, there with you. But but yeah, I don't need to take DMT. I wanted to. I was planning on it, but after that experience, I don't need it anymore. And I will also say this: everybody that I know that took DMT, it didn't profoundly change their moral goals. I'm not saying it wasn't useful in any way. I found certain drugs useful. I've taken mushrooms before. I didn't see God, but I came away with just seeing more beauty in the world kind of permanently afterwards, which, and I haven't done any drugs in many, 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 many years. I don't even drink. I think drinking is awful culture. I have drank a lot. I was the president of my business fraternity in college. Yeah, it's a business fraternity, but it was a business fraternity. So I've drank a lot, and I went to college in Flagstaff, Arizona, which was the hippie school, and all my friends are rock climbers, because I am. I was around a lot of drugs, and never was like really habitual. I smoked a lot of weed in college, but I don't do any drugs anymore, and I think it's better. But again, like I said, I'm not saying there's no use to these things, but you don't need them to meet God. And in fact, I would say that when you take DMT, you will get glimpses of like the metaphysical world that is normally invisible. You're changing the dial on your frequency, and now you're picking up like, the Spanish channel and pop at the same time. And I do believe that, but if you're going to try and see God by doing any kind of drugs, it's kind of like trying to sneak into the White House and getting a glimpse of the president. You're not going to know what's going on. You're not going to gain anything from it other than being able to say, yeah, I saw it. But there will be lots of things going on, people talking. You won't know what they're talking about, what they're doing. But if the president invites you to meet with him because he just wants you to, because he thinks that it's going to be helpful to you. And by the way, everyone gets to meet God at some point. I believe that. And if you haven't met God yet, or seen God, or like had a moment like that, I don't think everybody's meant to have moments like that. I think you can communicate with God through emotions in very intimate ways, constant ways that are much more useful than catching out of a DMT style glimpse of God. Like you should not, like, he's wiser than you. If there's a reason why it happened to you for a reason. If there's a reason why it hasn't, there's a reason. And it just means it probably would do more damage to you if you had that happen when you weren't ready. It's interesting in my experience, and I'll just say this because it's so late, and I try not to talk about it too much because I just think it's important to give it that experience the reverence that it deserves, and only explain it in the context that's true. But God like said something to me in that experience, and I like basically got sucked out of my body, and I went through like universe after universe after universe, and I was like linked through tech, and it was everything I was basically like thinking about right before I saw this, and I was like floating before a bright white light, and kind of like a sun, and then I got like a voice that was simultaneous, which was just the weirdest thing. It's like when you read a stop sign, you don't read STOP. If you've seen a bunch of stop signs, you just look at it and the symbol and the color and the word and the letters, you just read it all at once, stop. But if you're like my daughter, you're like STOP, stop. That's actually how we hear each other speak. You hear my words word by word by word as I speak them to you. Imagine all words said to you came at once simultaneously, but they still made perfect sense. That's what I experienced. And God just said, I'm showing you this because you're ready to see it. And that was it. And it all reversed. And then I wept for like 20 minutes. I cried my eyes out and couldn't talk about it for 2 years. It's the only time it's ever happened. But here's the thing. If I wasn't thinking about exactly what I saw right before I saw it, I would have literally called an ambulance because I would have thought I had a stroke. That's not a normal experience for me, having something like that happen, especially if I'm sober. I was just taking a shower, and but the thing was, it didn't tell me. God didn't say anything else. But every time I think about what He said, I gain something deeper from that statement, which really just is amazing. It might seem like it reminds me of like Kung Fu Panda. I watched Kung Fu Panda with my daughter, and at the end, what's his name? The snow leopard opens up the scroll, and he's expecting the secret of kung fu or whatever, and it's just like a mirror, and he doesn't get it. He's like so underwhelmed and disappointed, and then Poe gets it. He's like, "You don't get it. Like you are this. It's showing you yourself." And again, like if I had taken DMT and then saw what I saw, I don't think it would have had the same impact on me. I think it would have just been a really crazy, wild experience that I don't know if I could trust. And I think it would have been much more chaotic. It wouldn't have been as clear. And everybody that I know that took DMT didn't change their moral goals afterwards. They all think that they understand the universe better than they did. And they probably do. But they also all assumed that it was not all physical before they took DMT. And then they took it, and then they were like, yeah, it's not all, there's more to that exists than what we can see and touch, usually. It's like, okay, you believed that before you took DMT. What did you gain? I don't know. You don't really gain anything from sneaking into the White House. Just wait to be invited, and everybody gets invited. Even if it's the last thing that happens to you, it's going to be just as profound, probably more than what I experienced even. And it just showed me that whole experience, everything God, even what God said, it just makes me realize and think about the importance of context. Information is context. There's no information outside of context. And that's it. It wasn't anything special about me. It was about like, the message was about how its context is everything. And when it comes to understanding, that's it. That's like, if you want to understand anything properly, like context is what it comes down to. That's the message. It seems kind of like underwhelming. It's also universally applicable and endlessly deep. And yeah, I don't think that anybody needs to do drugs to see God. There are tribes that do ayahuasca and stuff, and like they have, rituals and stuff. There's so much culture and tradition and context, social context, familial context, epigenetic context probably to those rituals. If you're just someone who's not from that tribe in South America and you're going to go think that you're going to go do ayahuasca and put your hand in some gloves lined with bullet ants, and you're going to get the same thing out of it as somebody whose entire culture, generation after generation after generation, has a narrative built around like this act of like rite of passage and, you know, adulthood, which that's not how people view it who go and from, you know, the Western world and then go and try and do these rituals in the jungle. Like they usually think of themselves as an adult before they go. But it's not about that. It's about acceptance by the tribe as an adult. If you go to the tribe, you meet the tribe, and then you leave a week later, it doesn't matter what the tribe thinks. It only matters if you live with the tribe. So there's so much, again, context is just everything. It's not, you don't need drugs to do it. I'm not, again, not super anti, like, don't do drugs, but you don't need it to know God. That's for sure. Michael Levin, fading Brett Weinstein, Dr. Peterson. Neotrans post-quantum. I'm trying to kind of people say this. Okay, what is this? There's so much going on in the chat. My theory made Vervaeke humble and Ian McGilchrist a brain neurology specialist. Send it to me on Instagram. Honestly, better make a YouTube video about it. Send it to me. Tell the world, like, not just John Vervaeke. That is cool. Problem with the term suicidal empathy. Suicidal empathy is not actual empathy. It's posturing. My wife and I, when we were in an airport, and it was 2021, and we were on a bus or on a train, and on the train there was another married couple, and the woman was wearing a mask, and the man, her husband, was not. And I wasn't wearing a mask, and my wife was not wearing a mask. My wife looked at me, and she didn't even say anything. I knew exactly what she wanted to do. And she had a mask in her pocket, and she wanted to pull it out and put it on. And not because she was afraid of getting COVID. And by the way, that woman who was wearing the mask, her husband isn't. So like, those two people are sleeping next to each other and kissing at the end of the night. Like, if one person gets it, the other person's getting it. And one person's wearing a mask, the other person's not. Like, I don't think that this guy's wife was completely just a fool. And I know my wife is not a fool. She's very smart. She still wanted to put on a mask, even though I wasn't wearing one. And she was like, should I do it? And I was like, no. Why would you do it? She was like, I don't know. And the reason why is because women have an instinctual desire to appear caring to the group, to other women. It's just an instinct that it's part of their social dynamics. It's not suicidal empathy. It's an attempt to posture to others in the group that you care more, or as much as everyone else, if not more. And what that does is it makes you seem like the better person. Because in the context of women, like, caring for people is doing what women should do. Like, you care for children, like, you take care of them. They're vulnerable victims of the world, and you have to give them everything that they need and want. That's what it means to be a good mom. Like, that's their instincts. And so that instinct doesn't just end when there's no children around. It exists in, the halls of Congress and on buses at airports. So it's not empathy. It's fake empathy. That's what it is. I'm not saying DMT is the only way. What I'm saying is that sometimes we are like Helen Keller. Psychedelic experience can show us the insight. If you are going to experiment with any kind of substances, I will just say, have a goal. Don't do it and be like, I just want to see what happens. Maybe I'll see God. Like, what do you think that it can, before you do it, think about what is it possible that I am able to gain from this? Because I will tell you this, after my experience, I didn't have any change in what I believed. And I saw God and he spoke to me. And like, it was just and then it was shown like kind of like the nested verses I was already thinking about them. I had already kind of logically deduced that they seem to be likely or seem to be logically inevitable. And then I was just like shown them. It's like if you think it's raining outside because you can hear it or something, and you I don't know, you check the app and then you like go outside and it's raining. It's like, okay, I was right. That sound was rain. It doesn't mean that it didn't gain something from the experience, other than confirmation and also like deep message about like the importance of context. But that's it. Like, no, Tyler, go do this. This is your life mission. This is the secret to, everything. Nothing like that. It's just like context is really important. It's kind of the key to understanding. And also, yeah, that thing you were thinking about, you were right. It's kind of like that. Okay. If you do DMT and you do that and you get that, you'd be lucky to get that. Like really, really blessed to get that. I don't think it's likely with DMT. I think that you're gonna have some chaos. You're gonna have some machine elves speaking to you, and you're not gonna know if they're angels or demons. Some things there was a channel on YouTube where this guy would just apparently speak to machine elves, and which are either angels or demons. I don't know which one, but they're one of the two. And then he would come and he would make these videos, and it would be like love explained by machine elves. You could Google it, you could search it on YouTube. It probably still exists. It got very popular, and it was just starting when I was kind of thinking about this stuff before I had this project on this channel, though. And I would listen to his videos, and he'd be like saying a lot of true things. Also, like not a lot. A lot of it was just like kind of like masturbation. It's like interesting and like, kind of satisfying sometimes, but not actually like very productive after you step back and like look at like what you just listened to for 15 minutes about like what machine elves told you about like the nature of quantum physics or something. Not saying there's no truth in those videos. There definitely was. That was what was so interesting. But it also just, there's no like, guys, marriage is really important. It will help you realize and maximize and perpetuate your meaning. If you're attracted to the opposite sex, get married. It's like nothing like that comes from that. And it should, I feel like. You should have an impact. Seeing God should somehow alter your life's goals, or how you approach your life's goals, your moral goals. I always wanted to get married because I wanted to get married. But like after, having a theophany and this project, I've realized like it's really, really a responsibility. And not just for me to tell people to do it, but like to model it, to do it myself. And that's why I live streamed my wedding on this channel. And so, I don't see that from DMT, from people who have, who experience the divine only in DMT driven circumstances. And again, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying have a goal. The dog's person. I'm trying. They are to get busy allowing me to speak, yet make it about themselves. I don't know what this is. What you guys are saying, but I think I gotta go. I think it's really, really, really late. Yep, it's really, really late. Thank you, everyone, and peace. Gosh, I really didn't want this one to be too long, because it was, I hope it was good. Anyways, hit the like button. I'm married. The work is to take care of each other. Yes, it is. Divide and conquer. But by conquer, I just mean build. Anyways, thanks, and till next week.